pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to do the roll call here. But just briefly before that, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's nice to see a full board. I think we're all pleased in that. And so welcome new board members. I hope it was a productive day yesterday. And with that, we'll do the roll call. And I think I turn that to Courtney. Would you be kind enough to do that?
I'd be glad to. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Arns. Ms. Atkinson.
Here.
Mr. Brown. Ms. Chatterton. Ms. Crumpton. Ms. Downham.
Here.
Mr. Lance.
Here.
Mr. Law.
Here.
Mr. Nelson.
Here.
Mr. Pivick.
Here.
Dr. Schaefer. Mr. Smith. And Ms. Worthen.
Ms. Worthen will be here in just a minute.
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair, you do have quorum.
Thank you, Courtney. I just have a quick question. We do a public comment inquest request inquiry, and is there anybody, or were there any submissions within the framework of the rules for the requests?
Mr. Co-Chair, there were not any inquiries for public comment today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you look at your agenda, we've added these items through the efforts of the various committees for the consent agenda. You'll see that on the overall agenda. In a moment, I'm going to be asking for consideration for approval of those consent agenda items, but we'd always like to offer the opportunity if there's a specific item that anybody would like to have pulled off the consent agenda and discussed in the regular board meeting, we'd be happy to do that. Otherwise, if not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Brown and seconded by Dr. Schaefer. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Good stuff here. We get some, we have a representative from the Casper City Council. And, but we'll start with Drew to kick it off.
Good morning. I'm Drew Dietrich, the East Central Regional Director, and I have the pleasure of representing Niobrara, Platte, Converse, and Natrona counties. Welcome to the Casper Area Metroplex, or as we call it, the camp. Since you're here, I thought I'd reflect on something with you all. And tell me if you've heard this story before. There's once a pioneer state founded on the frontier whose bedrock industries were ranching and extraction. But today, 30% of that state's counties are losing population, and 40% of their incorporated communities are now ghost towns. That state also happens to be the 8th largest economy in the world with a nominal GDP of $2.7 trillion. Yes, it's Texas, but why? I would suggest it's because of agglomeration. Upwards of 85% of Texas GDP is found within the Texas Triangle of Austin, Dallas, and Houston, an area which 70% of the state's population resides, and has 5 of the 20 largest cities in the US. So just last week here, Winland Liu with ANI and the State Economist released the growth projections for the state of Wyoming. Of the 31 towns over 2,000 people, only 15 are growing, but 4 of them are here, including the fastest growing, Evansville. So as we sit here in the camp, look around at this facility. Not many communities can rally to build a 130,000 square foot state-of-the-art youth athletic facility entirely with private money. but the camp can. Not many communities can support 4, and I hope soon 5, concurrent BRC projects, but the camp can. Not many communities have almost 500,000 square foot of brand new retail under construction right now, but the camp can. Not many communities can have a 7th flight a day, revenue at risk, but the camp can. Not many communities can build 5 new hotels right now. The camp can. So as we sit here right now, there are 136 different projects under construction. That equates to over $1 billion in direct and covered investment right here, right now. And to rip off Professor Edward Glazer, the clustering of people and industries at the camp can become an engine of prosperity, not just for here, but for the entire state of Wyoming. Not many communities can make that happen, but the camp, they can. And with that, I would like to introduce an amazing colleague of mine and a true advocate for Casper, the agent of aperitifs and the designer of digestifs, Casper City Councilwoman Amber Pollock. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew, and welcome to Casper. You've heard the phrase "the camp can." I appreciated reading that from Drew. I think it's a catchy slogan, and it resonates for me for a reason, and it's because things happen here. Not because it's easy, but because folks show up and get to work, and that's what inspires me every day. We are seeing growth right now. Retail going up, new hotels, more flights, major energy projects like Mesa in Evansville and Radiant in Bar None, hopefully on the horizon. But if you spent time here, you know the story isn't just about the numbers, it's about the people behind them. At the heart of what makes it work here are the people who step up and do it together. Private dollars built this literal game-changing facility that we're in right now. Partnerships keep things moving, and there's a lot of collaboration here, real collaboration. And that's not something that I personally take for granted. I try to participate in as much of it as I can because I know that's what's making things happen here. And it's what gives me the most hope, honestly. It's not the buildings or the projects, but the way people are willing to lean in and do the work to bring to life the things that they want to see in this community. We are seeing what happens when momentum starts to concentrate. You can call it clustering or agglomeration, which was a new word to me, thanks, Drew. Whatever term you prefer, it just means that when people and businesses start pulling in the same direction, progress accelerates. That's what's happening here. And I would suggest to you it's not by accident, but because people have been pushing quietly and consistently in a direction that makes sense for us for a really long time. None of us are in this alone, and frankly, we wouldn't want to be. When Casper grows, it's not just good for us, it's a win for the region and for the state. We've got the capacity, the infrastructure, workforce, and partnerships to take on the kind of foundational development that opens up more opportunities across the map, more contracts, more jobs, more ways for our nearby communities to plug in and grow their own momentum. Growth here doesn't pull opportunity away, it helps build the base we all rely on. Of course, I'm sure you know, we've got some pressure points. Infrastructure is looming large for us right now, especially our water systems. These are a real concern, and we're dealing with some really big replacement projects on the horizon. Projects of that scope are extremely daunting for me as a city council person, thinking about the cost of those things in relationship to our city budget. And we'll, again, be relying on partnerships to pull together to make sure that we can replace these things so we can move on into the future, especially as state and federal funding is tightening. We're doing what we can, but it's certainly getting tougher. Still, I'm optimistic. The people here and the partnerships give me hope, not the kind that comes from wishing, but the kind that comes from watching progress happen day in and day out, from seeing people keep showing up. You know what we're working on, you've seen the effort, and you've been a part of it. So thank you. And just a reminder, the camp is in it, not just for Casper, but for the whole state. Thanks so much for being here. I hope that your meeting is productive, and yeah, enjoy Casper. Cheers.
Thank you, Amber. I always appreciate your commitment to your community every time I hear you speak. Thank you. Okay, We're ready for the CEO report. Mr. CEO.
Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, thanks for your time today. And it's always interesting how sometimes these things just align. If you look back into what we talked about in Cheyenne a few months ago, the county commissioner at the time was talking about how Cheyenne was doing a lot of work to do projects, and they did things on their own, and they really believed in self-reliance. And if you then think about what we talked about in my CEO report, it was about self-reliance, and it was about how do communities pull themselves up, and how do we just aid them a little bit? How do we become the supporting structure, not the structure? And then as Councilwoman Pollock talked about and Drew talked about the Camp Can, you heard her talk about how they plug in, they work hard, and they're not just doing it for themselves, they're doing it for the state. And I think there's a lot to be learned from that, and to think about that theme as you think about what we're really working to do as the state's agency to develop the economy. And I want you to there were a lot of really good stats by Drew about how much is going on in the community. And then the follow-up by Councilwoman Pollock to say, yeah, we're doing these things. We've been doing these things for a long time, and it's taken that concerted, quiet effort. And it's not just one entity doing it. It is many coming together. And it's really exciting because it's about working together, and it's about having the supporting structures in order to do that. This area may be representing some growth. This area might be building the future of Wyoming, or what it might look like. But in terms of the entire state, economic growth is not existing. We are seeing economic decline. Now, I don't want to be a downer, because that's not really my style. And it's also not the way we should look at it, but it is a fact. And so as a fact, we have to take an approach that reverses economic decline. We have to look at it as, what do we do in order to create the environment in which our businesses can thrive and our communities can grow? And if you take it back to maybe one step behind that for the Wyoming Business Council, is how do we create a learning organization that can continually work on those problems, understand those problems, and develop solutions that address the problems that we really face. Not the ones that seem on the surface, not the ones that feel good, not the ones that are like another state, but the ones that actually address the problems here. And the only way to do that is a learning organization. And it's in the consent agenda, the people and performance portion. It's something that you probably witnessed a little bit of yesterday during the work session, but it comes back down to the people who are doing the work. And so while it's on the consent agenda, I would recommend that you take a little bit of a look at the people and performance section in the board book. I would recommend that as you watch today, people present, they're not presenting their programs. They're not presenting their necessarily their wins. They're presenting their learnings, and they're presenting the next action that we should take. And they're doing it with hope. Because what we really do at the Business Council is we work to reverse economic decline. And we do that by instilling not just hope, but the supporting structures that communities can use. And that is all happening continuously. There are actually some really big things that we're talking about today, and they're not necessarily big projects. I think the Business Council, by and large, is seen as the place to go get millions of dollars to do big projects for your community. That's not wrong, and it's not a bad thing. But what you see today is the outcome of a lot of work that has happened for many, many years. And it's continual work that goes on, and it's not the finish line. And so we are working to create the conditions for changes at the local level and to help businesses thrive and stay in Wyoming. And ultimately, build population centers that can support the entire state. Because that is the future of our economy. It is not an or proposition, it's an and proposition. The things that have gotten us here are great things. We should continue to do them. But the things that will move us forward as a state are in that human potential realm. And so as you look at the growth that we're working to instill and the conditions by which we're going to make that happen, you also might have heard Councilwoman Pollock say, you know what? It's really hard to grow and to be able to pay for infrastructure. That's right. It is hard. Now, one of the things that I will say about the camp is that they generally figure out a way to do that. Okay. Now, it may not always be, again, one entity or all private or all public or anything like that. It's a mixture. But I think that that is something that we need to understand and we need to look at, because if a community grows and then is constrained by their own growth, it will not grow. That is the binding constraint. It's a circular reference, yes, but it's also the binding constraint. So again, how do we use the tools that we have today to instill a system in which growth is not just appreciated, but it's incentivized? And if you think about some of the things that we're talking about today, we're talking about entrepreneurship. There's a lot on entrepreneurship today. It's not necessarily how do we go out and help a business start. Those are happening, but it's also about how do we create the conditions in which businesses can start and move on to the next phase of their life and provide maybe the services, the counseling, the money, or just the environment in which they can do that on their own. How do we map that out? You're also going to see some pretty significant rule changes in BRC. And that's a big deal. The policy changes that we're enacting are quote unquote big changes, but they're actually changes that we've been working on as a team and board over the last 5 years. They are things that we have put into practice. There are decisions that we've made at the board level. There is input from the legislature and SLIB to be able to make BRC a program that actually incentivizes the right kind of growth in our communities. It's not about a project by project type of a win. It's a system win. And if you look at what we're doing in BRC and the rules, you will understand that we're working to build capacity at a local level. Now, we could do that project by project by asking about revenue recapture. We could do that project by project by saying, what's your match? And we could do that as a board and say those things. But if we want to integrate that into a system that people must follow, we've got to do it in rule. And today we get to do that. And that's pretty darn exciting. Now, there's a rules process that continues, and that will take a bit of time. And while that's happening, I want you to remember that we're a learning organization. And that means the things that we learn in between the time that we talk about rules today and those get enacted, hopefully in a few months, we will continue to learn. We will continue to make changes to understand and solve the problem. And it's not because we think we don't know what we're doing. It's because we know that what we're doing right now doesn't solve the problem we face in the future. And the thing that we're doing right now is learning how to learn. And we're learning how to create systems and create answers to the problems that we're going to face in the future. And it can be a little bit confusing. It can be a little bit hard. We tend to think of, and typically speaking, government programs as static. As this is a program, this is how it works, this is how it will always work. I have this quote unquote certainty. And while we might have certainty in what the program looks like, we don't, and it's silly for us to say we have certainty of what the problem is truly, and what it will be in the future. And so as the business council, we see it as, how do we create a learning environment in which we can continue to learn about the problem, we can continue to build those muscles of learning, and continue to work on at incrementally solving the problem so that we can be bold. And that's the interesting part. The changes that you are going to see today, to many of you, they're not that bold. To some of you, they're really bold. To our communities, some of them will see them as a natural output of what we've been working on for 25 years. Some of them will see that as, who moved my cheese? Some of them will say, why are they doing that? But what they are just natural outputs of a learning organization. They will continue to happen in that way. Do we seem bold? Are people going to say, goodness, what are they doing? Yep. And that's at the time when we have to be bold. That's at the time when we have to say, yes, these changes are big. Yes, these opportunities are different. And yes, we're going to listen to what you have to say, and we're going to keep moving forward. When I think about things like rules, again, sometimes people get like, what are rules? They're policies. Is that really that big of a thing? They're a huge thing because they begin to codify the things that we've learned. And that means that we know more about them. That means we have more certainty in them. What it does for me, and I think what it does for all of you, and I know what it does for my team, is it builds hope. The challenges that Wyoming faces, they're just challenges. They're not devastating. They're not impossible. They're just challenges. And when you have a learning organization that is not working to do individual projects, but working to create an environment in which projects can thrive, hopefully on their own, then we have done our job and we are working toward that. What it says to me is that we can take bigger swings. We have been developing a learning culture. We have been solving bigger problems. We are enacting bigger changes. And now is the time for us to continue that. Today is an opportunity as you watch the team come up and talk about the problems that they're working on, the solutions that they're proposing, the ways in which we're going to continue to learn. You're going to see a theme of learning organizations that is working to create a culture and create an environment in which businesses can thrive and our communities can grow. And you're also going to see opportunities for us to get better or things that we're maybe not doing perfectly. That's part of the deal. That's where we want to be bold, is in those areas where we know we can make a difference and we know things are broken and we're not afraid to say it. There's a reason that we're structured this way. We are structured this way as a quasi-agency with a board of directors so that we can have insulation from the political world, insulation from, in some ways, the public domain. That insulation is important because that means that we can make data-driven and learning part of our culture. Not populism, not whimsy. Those aren't the things that we work in. We work in economics. We say hard things. And we enact rules and programs and policies that are going to help our communities thrive. They're not always palatable. They're not always fun for everybody. But what they do is they represent a level of hope that we don't have and we haven't had because of the fear of doing hard things. And you've heard it here. I heard it from Drew and from Amber. Guess what? Camp can. Well, I think we can, and I think Wyoming can. And I think when you have a learning culture that's working to create an environment for businesses so that our communities can grow, and you're not afraid to do bold things, because those bold things aren't really that bold to us. They're just solving the problem. We can, and Wyoming can. And so again, today, as you watch the presentations, as you think about the decisions you're making, I want you to think about the idea that while they may seem bold on the outside, on the inside, they're just what we should do next. And so as you have continued to push our team to better and better work and more rigor and bigger problems, we ask that you continue to do that. We ask that you continue to push us out of the bubble or the box that WBC has been in. We ask that you support that. We ask that you spread that out throughout the state in your communities and help others understand what we're attempting to do and how they can play a role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrell. Any questions? You answered them all.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Technically, we were supposed to be on a break, but we're pushing along pretty good. We have kind of a full day. What I was going to ask if perhaps we could go ahead, if it's all right with Mr. Lance, to go ahead and move into the services. And then maybe I heard a rumor that the coffee pot was still kind of warming up. So maybe give it a little bit of time to get to the finish line. Is that acceptable? Okay. Mr. Lance.
Mr. Co-Chair, very pleased to present you 5 items on the Services Standing Committee agenda or portion of our agenda. And today is entrepreneurship and broadband heavy. And so, Mr. Marshall, if you can start us in with your update, and then we can move on into entrepreneurial efforts.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Brandon Marshall, Services Director here at the Business Council. Thank you all for joining us today. I want you to go back 10 minutes or so with me and imagine my internal horror at the idea that my presentation I had done for you guys called Populism and Whimsy was now not going to work. Anyway, I'll just wing it. No, I actually sort of spare you the giant presentation and an update on the entire team. What we're going to talk to you a lot about today, both in the entrepreneurial section and broadband, really is about foundations in Wyoming and sort of peeling back layers, learning what the different problems are on the entrepreneurial systems. We've talked endlessly forever about building an ecosystem in Wyoming and being able to connect the entrepreneurs that are here both into their own system and potentially out into systems that exist in other places. Taylor and Blossom will walk you through some work that we've done that's a result of a contract you approved, I believe, nearly a year ago with Silicon Coular to evaluate and then implement incubation services for us. So that'll be a great update there. And then also some updates on a mapping project to basically describe the entrepreneurial ecosystem and be able to help companies access the resources they need. So that's all I have until broadband. I'll be back up in a little bit. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brandon. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for having me up here. I am delighted to be working on this work. We talk a lot about big picture strategy, solving big problems, being bold, creating conditions for businesses to thrive. And I am fortunate enough to be in a position where I can create change in that space. So I'm Taylor Vignaroli. I am the Entrepreneur Development Manager here at the Wyoming Business Council, and entrepreneur ecosystem development is that role. That's what I mean by I get to be a part of that creation of the systems and the structures and the environment for businesses to be able to thrive here in Wyoming. So I'd like to walk you through today a few things. And since we have a few new members on the board, I thought it'd be helpful to do a bit of a high level set for how we look at and approach entrepreneur ecosystem development as a strategy underneath the overall Wyoming Business Council strategy. I believe we have slides for this section. If Ben wants to be able to pull those up, that will guide us through some of this. Thank you, Ben. So this is the overview of what we'll be talking about today. Like I said, I thought it'd be helpful to discuss in a little detail our strategy with respect to entrepreneurship and the ecosystem. We'll then go into the current state of entrepreneurship and some of the problems that we have identified. and then get into some specifics around a couple projects that we're working on that are, again, trying to create those conditions for businesses to thrive. So to start, let's talk about strategy, something that I like to really think about as somebody who falls within this long-term vision. And those are things that I really like to think about. And I think if we go to the next slide, one of the things that I like to orient myself around is asking the question, what problems are businesses facing? What problems specifically are growth-oriented companies facing in the state of Wyoming? So we look at the big picture questions that we ask as the business council, right? We're trying to identify problems, right? When we look at that strategy and how it shapes the entrepreneurship strategy, we like to take that same approach of trying to uncover problems within communities or statewide. And so when we look at our role as the business council is to really uncover the problems that are preventing growth-oriented companies from getting to a point where they are self-sustaining and successful. And we say growth-oriented because we recognize the role of every business, but with respect to the creation of jobs, innovation, and new sectors, growth-oriented are the type of businesses that we really like to focus on, recognizing that if we don't focus on a specific business type, we ultimately will probably end up solving the wrong problem. So we try to be very, very specific with our approach in uncovering problems and testing solutions to those problems. So I like to also, if we go to the next slide, talk a little bit about, this idea of an ecosystem. We talk about an entrepreneur ecosystem. What does that really mean? What makes an ecosystem and what makes it successful? Ultimately, I think about it as the fabric of all the different resources that a business or an entrepreneur can take advantage of along their growth journey. So this is it can be very nuanced, but ultimately, what are the blend? It's sort of like if you're going to bake muffins like I did a couple days ago, you have all these different ingredients, right? All those ingredients need to be there in the right levels and in order to create a good mixture, right? And we look at that with respect to the resources that we have across the state, within communities, specific to sectors or sector agnostic. It's this blend of all these different ingredients that make an ecosystem successful. What you're seeing here is actually a map, a visual representation of the resources within an ecosystem, specifically Kansas. Each one of those nodes on the left side, those are all different. Those are business resources that an entrepreneur can take advantage of, just specifically in the Kansas City area. That's a lot of resource support. It's a lot of things that are creating the conditions for businesses to succeed in Kansas City. That's one very small center. I would say that if we had that many resources across the state, we'd be pretty lucky, but we're not quite there. I want to drill into this idea of the different types of resources on this next slide. So what does that actually mean? So we look at this by what things can businesses take advantage of across that growth journey. We know that a business that has been around for a couple of years doesn't necessarily need to figure out how to do a business model canvas. They've kind of been through that process already. They have the know-how. They have the ability to do these things. So what we are trying to do here at the Business Council is take an approach that allows us to understand what resources are available to businesses at these various stages across the ecosystem as they grow, as they go through this sort of growth journey. What do they have the ability to take advantage of? So specifically, some of the testing that we're doing with respect to WBC that Mr. Durrell highlighted yesterday, that is a capital specific endeavor at a very specific stage of business, right? We recognize that there is a very specific need at that stage. So we're testing this idea of how to apply pressure to that problem. So these are some ways that we can think about assessing problems and testing solutions within this big ambiguous thing called an ecosystem. We look at this not only from the state level, but also at the local level. How do we create the right conditions at these different levels, across these different stages, with all these different mixes of resources to be able to ensure that businesses can succeed here in the state? So we'll go to the next slide, which I think is an important one. And that really just asks the question, what is our role as a state? We want to play a very specific role in this. And I think, it really depends on where you're at in this process, but as often as possible, we like to be a catalyst in change. We don't necessarily want to be any organization or community to be reliant on us, right? We want to create the conditions that local communities can succeed. We talk about that with respect to BRC. We talk about that with respect to entrepreneurship. How can we play a catalyst in creating the systems and the structures to support business? So anytime that we can do that, we will play a catalytic role. If there are not underlying structures that we can create to get in and out, then we will have to maintain some form of work within that over the long term. But that's how I like to look at our role as we start testing these different mechanisms for change in this entrepreneur ecosystem. If we go to the next slide, we'll transition into a bit of an update on where we feel the state of entrepreneurship is today in Wyoming. Now, this isn't going to be fully comprehensive. I don't have a lot of slides or data to show, but I just want to give you an idea of where we feel we're at as an ecosystem. If we go to the next slide, we have our sort of a problem statement that we've identified. And that is Wyoming's high growth potential startups often stall in their developmental process at the early growth stages. We do not have the ground conditions for businesses in that growth-oriented sectors, in those growth-oriented sectors to be able to thrive. That's all that means. We do not have the conditions right now for those types of businesses to succeed. That doesn't mean they can't succeed, but we're not doing them a lot of favors in the structures that we have right now. So as we drill into this question of why do Wyoming's growth potential startups stall out at the early stages, we have, if we go to the next slide, outlined 4 potential avenues for, and this is based on feedback and surveys and a lot of different conversations that we've had. There's a lot of information that has gone into identifying these primary issues within the ecosystem, and ultimately that comes down to financing, technical assistance and training, networking, community and mentorship, and accessing the current resources that we have available. We've heard this again in many different contexts across a lot of different companies and in different areas within the state. So we get to move on to the fun part, which is the current projects that we're working on. If we go to the next slide, and ultimately the tests that we're implementing to be able to uncover how we might be able to create better ground conditions for companies to thrive. Next slide. The two projects that we're currently working on are our statewide ecosystem mapping project and our startup incubation services project. We feel that these will help us. These are root cause problems that can help really shape and encourage a better environment for businesses. So I'll do an overview of our ecosystem mapping project. If we go to the next slide and over to the next slide. What we're really trying to solve with this particular initiative is how businesses and entrepreneurs currently access the resources available in the state right now. There's some nuance to the project, but ultimately that's our main goal. We've heard time and time again across every level of business and even our resource partners across the state. We don't know what's happening, who's doing what. We don't know how to access what resources are out there. I don't know that this funding mechanism exists. How did I not know about that? I had no idea this. So what we're ultimately trying to do is solve that particular problem, how people are able to access what is out there. This initiative, if if we go to the next slide, has been in conversation for a very long time. Before I was even at the Business Council, in fact, people have been talking about trying to solve this problem. So it precedes my time even here. So it's not an easy one to solve, but luckily through great partnerships and a lot of gumption, I will call it, we have gotten very far in this process and are very close to having a finished result. But if we go to the next slide, I will unveil the name for the project is officially WYO BizLink. This will serve as our digital searchable database of all the resources across Wyoming that businesses can take advantage of. These will be the at low or no cost resources. So if there's an IP lawyer out there that specializes in startup help, that's not necessarily something that we want to map. We want to map the free resources like the SBDC, the Wyoming Women's Business Center, all of these resources available to companies, Department of Workforce Services, those funding mechanisms are grant opportunities like Kickstart and SBIR. These are the types of things that we're putting into our database, and that will be searchable for anyone who wants to see. So this is a free resource, a free platform for people to use. If we go to the next slide, I'm just giving you some teasers for the website. So really, we have developed great partnerships throughout this process, and we used a local design agency to help us develop this branding, which I think they did a fantastic job of. It's a bit of a side note, but the resource partner that we are working with, or technology partner that we are working with to implement this project is they're actually based out of Kansas City. They do this across the country. They map ecosystems, entrepreneur ecosystems across the country in many different contexts. So statewide implementations like ours. They also do it at the local level, specific to counties or cities. They have been very impressed with this work. They said this is one of the best projects that we've been able to work on. And I'm very proud of the partnerships. I think that ultimately highlights through those accolades. So we'll go to the next slide. This is a bit of an example of what that digital searchable database will look like. So you'll have the ability to search and filter based on the resource and assistance program that you are looking for. We go to the next slide, a little bit of on the back end. I spoke a little bit to partnerships. We have a lot of partners that have put effort into this, not necessarily just highlighted on this slide here, but ultimately, we recognize the need for the Wyoming Business Council to play as much of that catalytic role as possible. And that's why we're trying to develop this model where many stakeholders are involved. We want to be able to help lead these initiatives, but also make sure that they're self-sustaining and that the Wyoming Business Council isn't necessarily the one leading the charge, knowing that ultimately we want this thing to survive and last. On the next slide, we are very close, as highlighted by our timeline here, to releasing the final version, the final product of the WYO BizLink. Ideally, that will happen in the next month. We're still working on website updates and some database adjustments. So we're in the refinement phase of this project, but we are anticipating a release of the platform in June. I will go ahead and stop there for questions before I go on to the next section.
Mr. Committee Chair, I have a quick question. Looking at your timeline, it looks like you're planning on launching in June. Is everything kind of on target to get that kicked out?
Thus far, yeah.
Oh, great.
So long as nothing comes up in the last few days.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair Taylor, great work. It's exciting to see the project kind of coming to fruition after all the effort and everything. Two quick questions for you. One is, as you've gone through and we're mapping resources, eventually we'll have to get to the point of discussing good resources versus maybe those that don't deliver the quality of support that our entrepreneurs want. And I'm just curious about your conversations or how you've addressed that, or are we just doing a big lay of the land first? And then that naturally leads me to, when you map the ecosystem and you start pulling resources in, you're likely identifying gaps. And how are you sort of targeting those, or are you just earmarking them for now, or how are you going to address some of the gap analyses after you get this built out?
Sure. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Schaefer, thank you for those questions. It has been a learning process. This is not something that we've done in the past. So it's been, just as a bit of a side note, I mean, it has been a great project to work on and process to work through. And we continue to learn like what this thing will look like in terms of management, but specifically how we can utilize it as a tool for gap analysis. That is my main intention for the long term of this, is doing being able to have the ability very specifically to keep assessments on the health of the ecosystem, and being able to compare those to across other communities and other ecosystems, and looking at gaps in that way. So I hope that answers that question. This will be used in that way to be able to help inform how we work moving forward, and specific projects that we work on. With respect to the first question, I think the quality of resources isn't necessarily something that I'm worried about. I feel like if a resource isn't serving the people, then ideally, or the companies that they're trying to serve, then they will see that in their own, reflected in their own deal flow, right? If they operate it like a business, hopefully, that is something that we can certainly look into. But as of right now, we're strictly focused on mapping out those resources, understanding what is all out there, and then from there we can maybe take a deeper dive into quality or those sorts of questions.
I just have a quick follow-up. Yeah, great stuff. Well, I was just curious, and this is kind of a follow-up to Dr. Schaefer's question, as you're sorting this out, you answered that question about, some of it will probably sort it out itself, but what sort of have you incorporated any feedback loop from the entrepreneurs / customers that you have that would use this to as you develop it and sharpen it up over a period of time? You thought about that at all, or?
Yeah. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you for the question. I think that is an important aspect of any of the work that we do. We just heard from Mr. Durrell the importance of being a learning organization. I try to implement that on a daily basis, especially when it comes to shaping the correct environment for businesses to thrive. We need to be able to adapt to what businesses need. And I think with respect to this project or any other project, we need to be very conscious of that. We need to be able to adapt to the needs and adjust as necessary. This tool does give us the ability to take polls and incorporate feedback, get feedback on the success of particular programs or those sorts of things. So we do have the ability, and that is something that we're going to do.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, Taylor, thank you.
Thank you. On to the next section, which is the last section, but an important one, certainly not the least. We'll go to the next slide. Let's talk about incubation services. This project really seeks to address two fundamental problems within the landscape here, and that is access to technical assistance and resources, and also this idea of networking, community, and mentorship services that we hear very often are critical to the success of these growth-oriented, innovative R&D type companies that we're seeking to serve. So I wanted to provide a little bit of historical context. So if we go to the next slide, this is also one of those ones where it's been in the works for a while. It's been an exciting process, but ultimately we found the need out there, and we decided that an RFP for this process was going to be most effective in order to find somebody who is an expert in the field and can provide the services that that we need to ultimately address those problems that we're seeing out there. So through an RFP process, we selected an organization called Silicon Coular. They're out of Jackson, and they have a long record of doing exactly what it is that we feel the rest of the state needs, and that is supporting these growth-oriented companies and providing the types of services that we feel are currently lacking. So not only through the application and the creativity that they expressed through that application was easily the most creative one that we got back, and felt like it aligned most with how we wanted to approach and our approach to our work as an organization as well. So with that, we ultimately have created a process for Silicon Coular to go through and help us understand some of these fundamental questions in greater detail. And that was through a phased approach. So there's a phase 1 and a phase 2 of this project. If we go into the next slide, that outlines some of the details around those phases. So ultimately, the first 9 to 12 months of this contract with Silicon Coular was to really dig into the community level and state level questions for how we best support these businesses across the state. So I don't want to get into too much of the phase 1 stuff, because I think Blossom has some great things to share there. But ultimately, this first phase was to help us understand in greater clarity at all levels of the ecosystem what it is that is preventing these companies from succeeding, what it is that communities want to be involved in, and what potential partners are out there that can help us through this. As we look at phase 2 of this contract, this was ultimately our way of helping any organization, but specifically Silicon Coular, take on this phase of work that is to implement what we find from phase 1. So Silicon Coular did have the opportunity to off-ramp and say, this is not something for us. Our organization feels we want to go in a different direction. Silicon Coular's leadership through their board and their executive director, Rob Kellogg, who's also on the call and will be able to field questions, feels this is exactly what they want to be doing and a part of their next phase as an organization. There's a lot of confidence there. And so now we are at the point where we're sort of at this inflection point, moving from phase 1 into phase 2. And so Silicon Coular, through the Startup Wyoming initiative, will be taking on phase 2 work, which is ultimately the build out and implementation of those support services across the state. Now we're still kind of getting into the nuances there of what that's going to look like. And we're really taking this approach that Josh highlighted earlier of learning and adapting as we go. We're sort of building the ship as we fly it, so to speak, not unlike an entrepreneur in a startup, right? We know that we're going to have to test things as a part of this process. So I think it's important to keep in mind as we look at this fiscal year 26 phase 2, to keep that in mind as we look through and try to put together some hypotheses for solving some problems here. So with that, I'll go ahead and introduce Blossom Co-Lumley with the Startup Wyoming and ultimately Silicon Coular. Like I said, Rob Kellogg is also on the call and he'll be able to field questions as they come up, but Blossom will be here to walk us through some of the work that they've done through this gap analysis and phase 1 work. You can choose them.
Hi, everybody. Thank you to the chairs and the board of the Business Council for allowing us this time to present to you today. Rob Kellogg, as mentioned, is the executive director for Silicon Coular, and he should be on the call. Is he unmuted, by the way? Can you say hi, Rob?
Yeah, Blossom, I'm here.
Great. All right. If we can, I guess, go over to our first slide. The one that says gap analysis. All right, great. I am Blossom Lumley. I'm Director of Startup Wyoming. And since September 2024, we've been engaged in a 6-month listening tour across the state of Wyoming. Next slide. What we're going to present today is sort of a high-level overview of some of the key points from our 40-page report that is also included in the board's packet. Our methodology that we started off with is we conducted hundreds of in-person stakeholder interviews across all 23 of the counties in Wyoming, visited with a special emphasis on visiting cities within each of the 23 counties and looking at the ones that had some type of higher education presence, either the university, community colleges, some of the BOCES. We also sorry, am I too loud? Am I talking too much in there? I'm not used to all the tech stuff. We also conducted 6 virtual 2-hour-long focus groups that had a total of 106 constituents. This was really great to get a different sort of feel. The in-person things were, city by city, organization by organization, individual by individual. These focus groups were great because we got a good mass of people from around the state, which really helped pull out like different insights, have healthy discussion, in some cases debate about what a healthy startup ecosystem looks like. In addition to that, we conducted research into neighboring rural entrepreneurship centers and mature ecosystems to see what we could learn, not only what's relevant to us, but what things we might want to maybe avoid. The purpose of the gap analysis was to listen to stakeholder insights on existing strengths and pain points. We wanted to hear people's voices, and we wanted to make sure that the report that we put together actually reflected what it is. We wanted them to recognize their voices within the report. From this process, we were able to pull out key themes in learning what stakeholders actually want from a high growth startup ecosystem, and also what they don't want. And then based on all of this information, construct an implementation plan, a 5-year implementation plan, and begin the process of building partnerships across the state, which is going to be one of the most important things to ensure that we have, the entire state involved in this process, and that we're actually maximizing the resources that currently exist. So in looking at our gap analysis, we did a basic SWOT analysis. We looked at a lot of the existing research that was out there, including the 2018 Endow report, the Harvard Growth Lab report. We're looking forward to reading about the Deloitte study as well that's upcoming. A lot of the stuff we were sort of testing assumptions from those reports and kind of looking for an update on what people felt, whether or not this was still reflective of what they were seeing today. So as far as strengths go, these are kind of highlights. There's more stuff that's included in the report. But as far as strengths, no surprises. There's a widespread dedication to Wyoming communities and entrepreneurship. It's very strong. We have a lot of strength in existing and emerging industries across our state that are very exciting places to sort of focus in on. And then startup founders' qualities and skills. If you have the grit and perseverance to be in Wyoming, those are a good foundation for starting your own business. As far as opportunities go, we have the opportunity to build partnerships and networks to maximize our resources and our effectiveness. If there's one good thing that came from the pandemic, it would be this increased access to worldwide markets through technology. And this is a real opportunity that we have here to shape our own model of startup success in Wyoming. We get to call the shots on what Wyoming innovation looks like and how we spread that message and communicate it. As far as weaknesses and pain points, no surprises. A lot of these have persisted over the years. Access to funding, mentorship, workforce, connection to the ecosystem, education and skill building opportunities, networking in order to drive up revenue and get new customers, resources, both services and physical, especially for a lot of these deep tech companies where they need access to specialized equipment or facilities. And then PR, just sort of spreading success messages, on our startups. And then in the area of threats, there is a real fear of change in our communities. How do we grow without losing what we love about our Wyoming communities? There are some jaded attitudes that exist towards new initiatives and also existing institutions. And this is kind of tied into the issue of sustainability due to uncertainty of funding and institutional priorities. People are kind of tired of investing time and energy into projects that result in not very much impact or that die after a year or two because of institutional changes. So some of the key themes that were pulled out: stakeholders really want to see, these were recurring themes that we heard over and over and over across the state. People want to see better coordination, efficient, centralized coordination of statewide resources. People know that we have a ton of things going on throughout the state. They don't necessarily know how to access them. They don't know how to find them. They go online. The websites are out of date. Like how to, events, they're on top of each other, or, it's really hard to coordinate all of that stuff. Also, a sense of community. People want to feel like they are a part of something like that's larger than themselves. They want a thriving, supportive startup community that's based on trust and relationships across the state, both virtually, in order to ensure that we have access across, especially some of these rural areas and smaller areas, and in person locally, because that's how relationships are built, by meeting each other in person like we are today. And then finally, celebration of success. People want to share these stories of progress and success within Wyoming and beyond, in order to shape that narrative about what our innovation ecosystem looks like. It's not just to build up, this excitement and momentum, but also to share this story outside our borders in order to drive investment and drive revenue. So based on all of this, we're like, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to implement this in phase 2? And so we started with, this nice little flow chart, this theory of change that basically starts at the very end, this little yellow box at the bottom right. What is the overall impact that we want to see in the programming that we engage in? Everything that we do needs to result in statewide economic diversification and transformation of the ecosystem. We need to see that it's moving the needle on the state economy. So we ask ourselves, what is it that we need to have, do, and measure as far as metrics, like hard metrics, in order to assess our progress? This is something that we need to define from the very beginning in order to establish that baseline, and we need to have regular check-ins to make sure that we're actually progressing along in a way that makes sense. If not, we're like any good startup, we'll pivot, we'll figure something else out. Our organizing principles, what is it that we want to do and how do we want to do it? What do we want to avoid? The first thing is, because of the fact there's a lot of stuff out there, we want to avoid duplication of efforts and reinventing the wheel. There is not a single organization throughout the state that should view us as competition. We are not here to supplant anything. We are here to amplify the existing resources and support, maybe, sort of advise if things could be tweaked a little in order to support those high growth potential innovative companies. And then based on that, respond to gaps in the system. If we see that there is something missing, like for instance, capital formation education, capital stack education, or some of these, links to different types of funding mechanisms, understanding, your funding strategy as a startup throughout your lifetime. These are things that we can fill in with new programming if it doesn't exist. And then finally, not finally, but midway. Based on this, we have defined our mission as Startup Wyoming is dedicated to supporting founders of high growth potential companies in Wyoming through sparking innovation, fostering collaboration, and accelerating growth. That covers ideation to exit stage. So the foundational framework that we've started working on is tied in directly to those key themes we went over: coordination, community, and celebrating progress and success. The first thing that we need to do is set this foundational framework. We need to have sorry, I'm not very good at saying next slide. We need to start with this foundation so that we've got a strong base to work with on the one-off programming or the gaps that we need to fill. So the first thing that we want to do is create a startup roadmap by stage, from ideation stage to exit, that outlines everything that a startup should consider doing in order to make sure that they have the sophistication to be able to prove that they can compete at scale. This educational piece is something, especially at the early stages, that applies to any kind of business, whether you're a small business, Main Street business, or a high-tech, innovative startup. All of these things are foundational in order to be able to build a business that can that can generate revenue. At a certain inflection point, you ask yourself, is this scalable? Is this a high growth potential company? If that's the case, that's when Startup Wyoming actually steps in with more one-on-one coaching and, access to mentoring and things like that. The startup roadmap will be coordinated, will be aligned with resources that exist throughout Wyoming. So we're looking at WyoBizLink. There are other resource mapping initiatives that are starting to spring up that we can also draw from, and we'd like to be able to tell people where the stuff is. So actually, if we can go back a slide, sorry, we'll come to that in just a minute. And then the second thing, community. We're looking at various platforms like Circle or things like that to create this online virtual community to start connecting people across the state. We're excited about rolling out statewide chance meetings that are a hybrid of in-person and virtual in-person meetings, either community centers or a bar, or, that have a speaker and the chance for people to connect. Providing startup coaches that, can meet with startups on a regular cadence to say, hey, how are you doing? What do you need? How can I help you? Are you progressing? Is there anything that's, holding you up? And then access to mentors. We are blessed to have not one, but two wonderful mentorship services, both at the university and at Silicon Couloir, that are based on MIT's VMS mentoring service. We're looking once a company has launched and figure out their business plan and they're making some progress, providing access to teams of mentors and growing that mentorship network. Finally, celebrating progress and success. We have in mind a mentorship / Capital Connections Summit and startup showcase that we're planning for 2026. We'd actually like to maybe go bigger, maybe pull in different partners from around the state and put together an innovation week. We have a lot of events going on centered around entrepreneurship. Why don't we just pool our resources and figure out how to do it all together and have a big splash? We're looking at having very, 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 very bright spotlight on these events in order and to draw people from outside the state as well. The next stage is those stages of the startup roadmap, because people had asked, what does this look like? What are you exactly talking about? This is sort of, has been informed by Harvard iLabs model, but we are also looking at different frameworks, including the disciplined entrepreneurship framework through MIT that has a growing, number of people that are very, very excited about looking into that together. And then finally, what are some of the potential statewide impacts that we might expect to see? These are based on, some of that outside research that we've done on communities that have started from scratch and have grown. Multiplier effect, growth in other local goods and service industries, economic resilience and diversification, job creation, youth retention, increase in investment in deal flow, increased awareness of what our Wyoming value proposition is, both as a state and within our specific communities, and then entrepreneurial effects. When we get that unicorn that is growing that we can point to, we can start seeing, hopefully, a feedback loop of new startups springing up around it. So that sort of concludes our summary of the report. We look forward to getting your feedback on what you think. And we'd like to thank you again so much for all of your support and your excitement around this project. And I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Any questions?
I do. Thank you. You stated that you had 6 virtual 2-hour-long focus groups with a total of 106 constituents. Who did you invite to participate in those focus groups within cities?
So we invited everybody we could think of. There was over 250 individual stakeholders that we met with during our individual meetings. So they were one of the main groups that we reached out to. We also reached out to the Business Council and Silicon Couloirs networks, as well as there is a group of folks called the Wyoming Entrepreneurship Coalition that's being led by Lindsay Stutite over at LCCC and Dana Miller in Gillette. That's a growing coalition of EDOs and other startups, anyone who wants to come basically, that are getting together to share information across the ecosystem. So we've pushed it out to all those different networks. And those networks include like the SBDC, the SBA, all of our partners, folks at the university, our partnerships at the community colleges. So there's a lot of good people that are interested in this stuff.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. A couple questions. Let's see, first of all, thank you. It was really helpful.
Thank you.
And I think as you transition into the next phase, it made sense to study things and understand the problem and the landscape out there, but eventually got to start taking some swings at it.
Mm-hmm.
And as we start taking those swings, you talked about output metrics being client served, net promoter score survey, and I'm sure there's more, but could you speak a little more about how will we know that this is working? And let's say that the entrepreneur landscape improves over time. How will we be able to determine how much of that to attribute to this work?
Yeah.
That'd be question one. Then I got one more.
Yeah, so there, in looking at metrics, there's 2 different ways to look at it. There's sort of like the typical nonprofit metrics. How many clients did we serve? How many people did we touch? How many people showed up? Things like that. How many startups do we have within our Wyoming state portfolio? Conducting that resource map. Those are sort of things that are kind of easier to track on. What's harder to track on is this actually moving the needle on state growth? So we can track on some of those metrics, such as, amount of money that people have raised, or, amount of revenue, number of jobs, those number of, jobs that resulted specifically with, connecting people to internships, in the youth demographic. Those are things that we will start with, but I think that I'm looking forward actually to working with some of the research wonks, not just throughout the state, but, at the university and stuff, to see if there's a more compelling way that we can actually tie in what we are doing, what our ecosystem is doing, and how it is that's growing the overall, state climate. In addition to that, in tying into the WyoBizLink project and also these other resource mapping projects, we know that there is a gap for certain types of projects that startups need, like, for instance, patent lawyers and, access to fractional C-suite people and stuff like that. We can track right now, like, how many of those people exist, is it growing? Is that there are different markers for startup success that are established that we can look at in order to see whether or not we're hitting that growth. And then finally, asking the community, You know, like, are you excited about what's going on? You know, it's that kind of support. You need to have a gut check as well as the numbers.
Eric?
Very good, thank you. And you also hit on this, but could you speak a little more about the, like, kind of a day in the life of this one-on-one or mentorship? Like if somebody comes to you and says, we need help with X, Y, and Z, how much interaction is there? How long does that go on? Just
Yeah.
kind of a little.
So, I was really fortunate. So I I co-founded a startup with my family. And that's the reason why we moved here. And we were part of the WTBC before it was Impact 307, and we had that sort of like regular check-in with our mentors and our startup coaches. So it would be very similar to that in some ways, where you've got somebody who is rooting for you, who's in your corner, who really understands your business, who's your champion outside and spreading the message and the excitement about your company, and helping sort of like drive to you information about things that you should be looking at or you should be going after. So for me, that person was Fred Schmeckel in Laramie. To this day, he still sends me emails about opportunities and things like that, that's how it is that we were able to raise $170,000 in internship grants, from the Workforce Development Service, how we learned about the Energy Authority grants, how we learned about YVC, about how we learned about, how we learned about the Reach Accelerator within a sphere. And it was all because of that one-on-one coaching that we got, as well as like, hey, are you doing okay? Sanity check. Are you doing all right? Having somebody like that in your corner is really, really great because it's really hard and very isolating to be a startup founder.
Go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair Blossom. Great to see you. Thanks for the update. One maybe comment sort of question, and because we've got a lot of new board members, most members I think probably have availed themselves to reading the NDOW report. We live that.
Yeah.
I think through orientation, we expose them to the growth perspective and the Harvard Growth Lab reports. Well worth reading. You mentioned the Deloitte report, and I don't know that they really know about that, but maybe just a quick comment about what you're hoping to accomplish with that. And then I have one follow-up question.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Taylor. That's his thing.
Mr. Committee Chair, thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for that question. Yes, so the Deloitte project that we had with Deloitte through a contract was ultimately to help us understand how ecosystems can focus on specific industry verticals and clustering around them. So accelerators, incubators, and resources like those, funding mechanisms, different partnerships, opportunities around a specific industry vertical, and how that can actually gain traction within a community, ultimately to the success of these growth-oriented businesses. So that project was ultimately to help us understand what we might be able to take advantage of or look into in the southeast corner of the state, knowing that the University of Wyoming is sort of our innovation hub. In the state of Wyoming, a lot of our innovation activities happen there. So how can we take the current set of resources and opportunities, and what are some ways that we might be able to intervene in the ability to start making progress against this idea of a industry-specific cluster in the southeast corner of the state. We're still in the process of figuring out what we want to do with the information that we just received a couple of weeks ago. So we'll continue providing updates on that number in the future. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair Taylor. Thanks for that. And maybe it's more of a seed planting, but one of the things that the coalition has discovered is probably one of our biggest needs is the investment in a CRM. And they're a little bit worried that everybody's going to go out and buy one or try their own or build one. And I'm just curious what your perspective is, either from Startup Wyoming or from the Business Council's perspective, and maybe providing that resource, a CRM for the state and for the people that are working with entrepreneurs.
I can field that one. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Schaefer, thank you again for that question. We do have a CRM built into the WildBizLink platform that helps us keep track of the inquiries that we get that we can then refer to specific resources. Whether or not that will be the comprehensive database of all the different businesses and entrepreneurs across the state, it really just depends on how they're interacting and the volume by which we're getting the interactions that ultimately build out that database. So I think we're still in the learning process there, but we do have the ability to capture those that information through the WildBizLink platform, and we can be this sort of central hub to disseminating the information should a Startup Wyoming or an LCCC Business Studio or Silicon Coular, whatever organization is looking for some of that information, we can help be the disseminating organization to get that information to them.
Can I add to that? Yeah.
By all means.
Yeah, so we, thank you. We have had conversations about this very specific topic, and we're looking at how is it that we as a state can share this information with each other? Like, there's nothing that we do that should just be like sort of like puppy guarded by us. Like, we want, in order to build capacity in these different organizations around the state, we want everybody to have the same access to information, the same knowledge level, for all of us to be speaking the same language. And part of that is this foundational stuff like the CRM. So it is definitely on our radar and one of the very first things that we're going to be engaging in.
Mr. Brown.
Blossom, you made a comment earlier. I think this is close, that projects die because business entities lose interest or something along those lines. Could you expand on that statement?
So oftentimes a lot of projects and things are stood up by exterior funding, like either federal or state funding, and that's tied to a cycle of maybe 2 to 5 years. Once that money runs out, there's no guarantee that there's a sustainability plan in place to make sure that things can keep going. So I think that when we think about sustainability, it's not just about funding, although funding is a very key piece. It's also about that sense of building capacity across the ecosystem, so that if for some reason one project drops off or one initiative peters out, we've got an entire group of people that can take up the mantle because they all understand how it works and why it's important. If we share that vision, then there's a possibility that that this stuff can continue to live on, and that we don't end up, starting at zero every single time something goes away.
Thank you.
Other questions? Blossom, I had two. As I'm looking at the stages of the startup roadmap, I have a definitional question. So
yes,
you have all entrepreneurs listed along the top, and then there's high growth potential founders. Can you tell me what a high growth potential founder looks like?
So in our report, we sort of expand our definition of what kind of company it is, or what kind of founder or idea that Startup Wyoming will be focusing on in order to support. We have a lot of existing wonderful organizations, of which I've really been lucky to benefit from. As mentioned before, the SBDC, the SBA, and all those different ones that do a great job of supporting our Main Street and small and medium businesses. What we're lacking currently is sort of like that spin on things that are specific to scalable companies, or companies that either want to be high growth potential in terms of outside investment, or in terms of high revenue. We need to, because of the size of our state and where it is that we're starting, we need to expand to have a more expansive definition of what high growth potential looks like. So that's kind of like what we're targeting. Is it scalable? Is it something like LNH, where it could make $100 million a year, but you're never going to sell it? like whatever it is that we're looking at, it needs to be something that can move the needle again on the state economy, because that is our ultimate impact, that yellow box that we saw before. Having said that, we're not here to pick winners and losers for companies. We are here to support founders. And that's a really important distinction, because regardless of whether or not a business succeeds or fails, that foundational information, that foundational knowledge sticks with a founder throughout their lifetime. So if they pivot, if the business goes away, if they decide to build a whole new business, like they had a successful exit, whatever, that founder has that knowledge in order to spin it out and spin it out and spin it out. And if they can do it here in the state of Wyoming, there's a greater chance that they'll stay and they'll create that opportunity and that generational wealth that we're looking for.
The perfect segue to my second question, which
Yes.
is the notion of retention of these folks. In Wyoming, we're really good at exporting the talent that we grow.
Yes.
And one thing I don't want to see, and I think it's potentially right in the entrepreneurial space, especially if as you exit, as you do sell, is they leave.
Yeah.
And I don't want to come from a fear mindset, because I think that traps us in Wyoming a lot. But what does retention look like? Are there best practices along the way to retain those businesses that we incubate and grow? And so I'll go there.
Yeah. So, we see this inflection point, especially amongst growth stage companies, right? When we talk about sparking innovation, we're talking about more shots on goal. We want more founders that are excited about growing their companies, more, right? And help them grow. When we talk about like these later stage growth companies, the reason why we are seeing them leave is because they can't find the resources that they need, either their workforce or housing, these bigger infrastructure issues that we see. They can't find a building. They can't finance the equipment that they need, things like that, and they can't find somebody else who has it, who's willing to let them use it. A lot of these things do exist. Like, for instance, we've got the advanced manufacturing facility in LCCC. How many people throughout our state know about that? Like, when I walked in there and I saw all that equipment, I was like, dang it. If we had seen this, if this had existed, just 3 years previous, we could have saved ourselves $500,000 on buying, all of this, crazy equipment, So like a lathe and a mill and all the other things, right? So it comes into like being creative and like being able to pull on all of our networks across the state to say, does this exist? Hey, bat signal. Does anybody know? Where can we find this thing? Because like we wasted so much time. Our startup wasted so much time just hunting and pecking and hunting and pecking, like every other startup is trying to do across the state. Let's accelerate that process. If it doesn't exist here, let's start reaching out to our neighbors and, across the borders to get what we need.
Very good. Other questions from the board? I did want to recognize Rob Kellogg on the phone. Rob, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I can't follow in Blossom's footsteps. She did such a fantastic job, but maybe let me just give a little bit of context just to kind of connect the dots between Taylor's overview and Blossom's summary of phase one. So my name is Rob Kellogg. I'm the executive director of Silicon Couloir. I've been on board at Silicon Couloir for about a year now, and it largely coincides with our effort around phase one of the project. We were awarded the grant prior to me coming on, but I had the good fortune of basically hitting the ground running when I started with Taylor and the WBC team around this grant. And so I've been with it basically since inception in terms from an operational perspective. So I just wanted to just kind of emphasize that. And we've got good continuity there. And I was able to bring Blossom on and we can start building out the team for phase one. And, I think we've done really good work, but I'm always keen to make sure I make this point is, I know the WBC probably made a stretch to select Silicon Couloir because we were this organization operating on the the top left quadrant of the state in the place we call Jackson, which is a unique environment. And I just really I'm always careful to emphasize that just because we've had a little bit of success since 2012 in cultivating entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial ecosystem up in Jackson, it does not necessarily mean it fully translates to the rest of the state. So I and Blossom and everyone at the Silicon Couloir team is extremely excited to participate in this project and work with Taylor and the WBC team. But we do so from a point of empathy and humility. And we really are very hesitant to assume that just because we've had a little bit of success in one part of Wyoming, that automatically translates and transfers to all the other areas of the state. So just to kind of dovetail on Josh Durrell's comments from earlier, we are very much approaching this from a systems theory mindset and as a learning organization. And phase one was really just about investigate and synthesize our learning. Phase two is just continuing that learning process, but do so in a more structured way, run experiments, test experiments, and continually iterating and learning as an organization. Because we realize, a lot of what we're going to be doing over the next 6 months probably won't work. And a lot of what we've done up in Jackson isn't necessarily transferable to Gillette or Evanston or Casper or any other area of the state. So we're very careful about just kind of superimposing the Silicon Couloir model of that we've done for the last some odd years to other areas of the state. So that's just one point I wanted to emphasize. Otherwise, as you can see, the project is in good hands with Taylor and Blossom. Thank you for the attention you've provided today. And, we look forward to working with you in the months and years ahead.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Thank you for the presentations. It was really informative and some great questions, and kind of just filled some holes for me. With that, one question I was going to suggest when we conclude, if we finished up with that part, Mr. President.
We have.
Okay. We had a break scheduled for earlier, and we've got ahead of schedule, and so I would like to suggest maybe we do that. I've been staring at your empty coffee cup over there.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you.
And I would like to thank the team from the entrepreneurial group for your presentation. Rob, your comments, and we'll take a break. Any suggestions on time?
Mr. Co-Chair, you could come back in 15 minutes. We could reconvene at 9:45 if that works for members of the
Let's
board.
do that, and then we'll keep charging forward. Thank you. Well, maybe that would be a good startup for you, Chuck. Chair Lance, and then we'll be moving into I think Brandon's ready. So.
All right.
Away.
I've been asked to threaten you all that if you don't support this next contract, it's going to be tough on Brandon for the rest of the day. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chad and Brandon for updates on progress in the broadband space.
Yeah, not tough on me, Mr. Committee Chair, tough on you. No worries. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I'm going to actually give it to Chad very quickly. He's going to give you an update on where we've been over the last several years in broadband development. A lot of broadband has been provided in Wyoming through different programs that we've administered. And we always talk about how exciting all of these programs are and what they're actually doing, but then immediately dive into the sausage making so that you can gloss over. But this is a little bit more light. So, Chad.
Thank you, members of the board. Yeah, I wanted to present, since there's so many new faces here, kind of what we've done, summarize the programs we've been involved with since 2020. So back in 2020, we received a grant from the federal government called Connect Wyoming. And that one received about $52.8 million. And we were able to connect 13,033 locations with that grant. And then in 2023, we received another grant from the NTIA in the amount of $70.5 million. And that we were able to connect 14,389 locations with that grant. And currently, we're working through the BEAD program. And Wyoming received about $348 million. And with this funding, we're going to be able to connect 47,591 locations.
Just a second. There is a slide right after this one, Ben, that'll describe what Chad just went through, and then one more after that he's now getting to.
Thanks, Brandon and Ben. So the ARPA CPF program, those projects are currently being built out, and those will be completed by December 31st of 2026. And the BEAD program, there's once our final proposal is approved, we're going to have 4 years to be able to get that built out. So sometime in 2029, we'll have that work built out. So between 2020 and 2029, we will have been able to provide service to just over 75,000 broadband serviceable locations in that period. That is just over 28%. So almost a third of the broadband serviceable locations in the state will be affected and be able to provide affordable high-speed internet to these locations. So, and I can't thank the stakeholders in the state, the ISPs who bought into this. It's very bold, these projects and the commitment that they've been able to assist and serve Wyomingites across the state. So that's all I have for the high-level overview on kind of where we've been and where we're going with the programs in the state. Thank you.
If I'm adding anything and Ben into this next slide, looking at the number of locations that have been served or will be served with these following programs, it's interesting to note and good to note for the board members that BEAD program up there with those 47,591 locations. That program requires us to serve 100% of the available locations in the state. So the time of that, once that is done, every serviceable location in the state will have high-speed broadband service to them. So it's a heck of a lot of progress, and I think we're pretty proud of it and super thankful for the opportunity really through the federal funding that has come through over the last several years. So it's been good, and we were very glad to take advantage of it. So
yeah. Any questions before we move on to the contracts?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
all right. So yeah, we have two different contracts for your consideration today. The first one that we will talk through is with Columbia Telecommunications Corporation, CTC Technology and Energy. All of the copies of the contracts are in your board book there. Important to note, for the services committee specifically, the contract that we discussed with you guys last week during the committee meeting is different than the one that's in the board book now. We received notice, I believe, 2 Fridays ago that we were not being awarded digital equity funds through the NTIA, which we had branded as digital access in Wyoming. We won't be receiving those funds, so the contract to administer the audit and compliance portion of that was not necessary. What's represented in your book is a difference in cost and services with CTC, again, reflecting just the BEAD program, not the digital equity program. Just wanted to fill you in a little bit on this. This is a significant contract, so you'll see it's for $3,893,000, and it will run through June of 2030 or December 31st of 2030. I did that at committee too, through 2030. But it's essentially what it represents is sort of our final steps within this BEAD program. It's been a couple of years of developing the program, submitting different levels of applications to the federal government, putting together all the different plans with their different steps of approval. This isn't a maybe this isn't a date memorializing our actual move into the next steps. This is anticipating those next steps once our final proposal has been accepted with the NTIA, and then the companies begin work on actually laying the fiber in the ground, putting up the towers, deploying their different technologies. So this will be the contract that assures the work is done. We decided that it was appropriate for this contract because of its size and scope to use the RFP process that the Business Council is allowed to use. With that, we did receive 9 different proposals from technical consultants around the country that we considered in that. We looked at their background and experience, their ability to perform project management, their approach to contract performance in general. Did they bring any specific value add to the relationship they were proposing with us that was special above and beyond? And then, of course, we considered the cost. Anytime we consider a contract, a company having proof of Wyoming vendor, or that they are a Wyoming vendor, awards them additional points. Then finally, the last category of consideration that we had was just their oral presentation and were we comfortable with them as a company. So through that process, which was fairly rigorous, interestingly, we called it RFP light within the Business Council. It is not RFP light, it is RFP slightly less heavy. But anyway, significant process that Carrie had helped us through really and ran all of the organizing side of all of that. So kudos to her and thank you for her process on that. But through this process, we had selected to essentially continue our relationship, which has been very, very successful with CTC Technology and Energy. They've been our administering contractor for the BEAD program, as well as the CPF program for the last couple of years. We've had truly nothing but a fantastic relationship with them. We have deep, deep trust in their ability to work with us, help us understand and comply with all the different federal pieces of these programs, which, by the way, change constantly. And that even before the administration changed, there were constant changes in the way that this program was being asked to be administered by the state. So anyway, I believe we have representatives from CTC online, and I will give it to Chad because I've talked enough.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. So the this contract, it'll begin once our final proposal is approved by NIST and the NTIA, and then we'll run through December 30th of 2030 throughout the compliance and monitoring phase of the program while the infrastructure is being built and delivered to broadband serviceable locations across the state. With that being said, we have Andy Spurgeon. He is with CTC, and to kind of give everyone an overview of this contract. Ben, are you able to unmute Andy?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Andy. Thanks for joining.
Absolutely. Thanks, Chad and Brandon, for the introduction. Mr. Chairman and the committee, thanks for the opportunity to meet with you today. My name's Andy Spurgeon. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at CTC Technology and Energy. Super excited and grateful for the really productive relationship that we've had with the Business Council and the broadband team over the last couple of years, supporting BEAD and CPF and other initiatives. Chad asked me to give a brief overview of the deliverables and major activities in this contract. So I'm going to touch on the 5 or 6 sort of high points, and then I'm happy to take any questions from the group. So as Chad mentioned, NTIA is awarded about $348 million for infrastructure in Wyoming through the BEAD program, with the Business Council as the lead agency for the state. The timeline for the program runs through approximately 2030. There's a 4-year period of performance where subgrantees or ISPs in the state will actually be deploying networks using those funds, followed by a closeout and wind down period that is likely to run into 2030. Through its request for proposal, the Business Council requested really a holistic, there we go, solution for the implementation and oversight of these investments. And so among the things that we have proposed in our contract, which is valued at $3.893 million, is support for the Business Council's reporting obligations to the federal government. So that includes twice annual financial and program reports with information on subgrantee activities on the locations that were connected via BEAD across Wyoming. Aligned with that process is similar oversight and review of reports that the subgrantees or ISPs that are deploying the networks will be submitting to the state. So that will be assisting you with validation of those reports, ensuring that the information makes sense, that it accurately reflects our understanding of each program, so that we can then roll that data up for submission to the federal government, so we can share the great work that's going across the state and how we are deploying these networks and bringing broadband access into areas that don't have it today. There's a number of tasks in the proposal and contract associated with the environmental and historic preservation review and approval of these projects. Since these are federal infrastructure dollars, there's certain strings attached to protect the environment and historic or cultural resources. In addition, NTIA, because it's going to be concurrently implementing BEAD in all 50 states and the territories, has delegated certain responsibilities for that work to the Business Council and to what they call the eligible entity leading the effort in each state. So what that means is that, we have proposed to support the Business Council with their analysis, the environmental and historic preservation analysis of each of these projects, guiding the subgrantees and the ISPs through that process, ensuring that they, check all the appropriate boxes and meet with all the appropriate folks to ensure these projects don't have a negative impact, and then work with NTIA to get their final sign off for the deployment of each project. The single largest component of the proposal is helping the Business Council develop and then implement a compliance and monitoring plan. That really has 3 objectives. The first is to ensure that BEAD projects are implemented successfully while protecting public funds from waste, fraud, and abuse. The second is really the hard programmatic, financial, and technical oversight work. So this is confirming that subgrantees are meeting their obligations, verifying that the deployed networks meet the bandwidth and latency requirements that are established for the program for each type of broadband technology, and then financial oversight to ensure that costs are reasonable, reports are accurate, and that all of the eligibility and other requirements have been met. It also includes the softer aspects of compliance and monitoring, which really have to do with educating and guiding subgrantees so they can be successful, offering them technical assistance on common issues such as understanding and working through the environmental and historic preservation requirements, which are going to be new and different for some of the folks deploying these networks. So really some of those softer things that will help folks get across the finish line successfully without being overly burdensome. Finally, we've proposed to support end of program activities. So that includes the financial activities necessary to close out the grant program in accordance with state and federal requirements, the technical and engineering work necessary to independently validate and verify that these publicly funded networks were implemented to specification and meet the requirements of the program. We'll also support the Business Council's end of program report that is due to the government that really summarizes the activities they undertook under BEAD, the networks that were deployed, the locations that were connected, and the positive outcomes and impacts that you'll see across Wyoming from this program. So that in a nutshell is what we're proposing to do with you over the next few years. I'd be happy to take any questions, or Chad or Brandon, if there was anything I missed that you would like me to emphasize, please let me know.
Any questions? I had one. So Brandon and Chad, the source of funds for the contract, I'd assume that those come out of the BEAD funding we've received?
Yeah, these are not state funds. These are part of the administrative funds tied to the $348 million BEAD award.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? With that, Mr. Co-Chair, I think this is amenable for a motion relative to the contract.
Motion now, is that what we're doing?
Yes.
All right.
Or unless you want to do the 404 clearances and all the other, I mean, that was what I think Brandon was telling us, is that we would all have to buckle down for some NEPA work if we didn't approve the contract, so.
Well, I was trying to appropriately pause, just to get it nervous a little bit.
Great, perfect, perfect.
I would entertain a motion to accept the consideration for the contract that's proposed. If we're going to do so. So moved. Been moved. Is there a second? Second. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Oh. Falling apart over here. Sorry about that. We're going to do this again just so that it's on public can hear it. So I would make a move that we I'm looking for a motion to accept the recommendation for consideration by staff for the contract. Would you mind?
So moved.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Co-Chair, I think the final item in the services agenda, portion of the agenda, is the Lighthouse or Lightbox LP amendment, so.
Yes, we have a contract here to extend their contract from September 1st, 2025 to August 31st, 2026. And this will cover the managed service portion and the licensing for the software, and that's in the amount of $500,000. So it's split up the managed services, which is the staffing that's supporting us, the project managers, the engineers that are supporting the platform, in the amount of $250,000. And then the remaining $250,000 is for the licensing of the mapping software.
Thank you. Brandon, anything further?
Nothing significant. Of note, we've had a relationship with Lightbox for several years now. It's been really actually vital part of all of our broadband deployment programs. Essentially, every time a new location lights up, these maps can then reflect what's there so that we have the most accurate picture possible of what's available to be served in the state. So it's been vital, will continue to be vital through at least the next year. So that's why we're bringing you the amendment. Thank you.
Any questions, Amy?
I have a question for Mr. Bowling. Who else has access to this data outside the Business Council?
This is a public map. It's available to anyone in the state or anyone who wishes to access it, as well as our providers to view the broadband serviceable locations or those who are not currently served, to assist them in getting these locations connected.
And Mr. Committee Chair, do other state agencies have access to it as well?
Yes, it's on our you can access it through the Business Council website, so it's available to anyone.
We do actually, thanks for asking, that we do have formalized relationships with a couple of different agencies. I believe ETS and YDOT are able to access this data through this that they would normally have to pay for on their own. So it's a real benefit. Right.
Anything further? All right. If not, we do have an action item, consideration of the staff recommendation to approve the contract. So that would be amenable for action through motion.
Would entertain a motion as such.
Mr. Co-Chair, I move approval.
Been moved by Dr. Schaefer. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Brown. Any discussion? Having none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign, please. Motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, I believe, Brandon, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that brings us to the close of the Services Standing Committee portion of the agenda.
Yep, that will close with just one more comment, if I might. I want to make sure that we give some good recognition to our broadband technical consultant that we've had on board with us over the last couple of years, David Johnson. I have no idea if he's on this call. I'm guessing he had something better to do this morning since we weren't making him speak. But David has been truly an absolute linchpin in our program over the last several years. When we began our federal programs, we knew we needed assistance on the technical side to understand what the blinking lights and wires mean and what's the best way to go forward with us. So he's just been extremely invaluable, both working with the former broadband manager, then through the transition, and then also working with Chad, bringing him up to speed on where we were with all those federal programs. So anyway, we've really appreciated his time with us. His self-declared retirement date is May 31st at the end of this year. So we will be finishing up our contract with him. And then, but anyway, just wanted to wish him well and thank him for all the work he's done for us. So.
Mr. Co-Chair, point of commentary. I am grateful for the work that the services team has done in all of the spaces that we've discussed today. Broadband is a very sticky wicket in this state. It has been for a while, and it's very exciting to know that we're on the cusp of crossing over into some really exciting opportunities as a result of the build out that Chad, you and your team and your predecessor have accomplished. So congratulations on that, and very excited about the entrepreneurial space being mapped and opportunities being outlined for our entrepreneurs in the state. So Brandon, thanks to you and your team.
Thank you.
I concur. Thank you. Thank you for your time. This brings us to the Operations Standing Committee with the committee chair, Melissa Atkinson. And so I will turn that over to her.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I am looking forward to being the chair on this committee. This is new for me this year, and I am serving alongside Mr. Eric Arns and Mrs. Rachel Chatterton with the staff. So thankful to be here and looking forward to the report. It looks like we only have one agenda item today. Lindsay Orr, would you please process?
Yes, thank you, Madam Committee Chair. My name is Lindsay Orr, and I'm the Accounting Manager for the Wyoming Business Council. Today, I'm presenting to you our March 31st, 2025 budget report. March 31st is our third quarter of our fiscal year 2025 and the third quarter of our 25-26 budget biennium. We operate on the state's two-year budget cycle, which began July 1st, 2024. What we do with our general funds is we take that appropriation and generally split it in half for one fiscal year and then the second fiscal year. So we are still towards the beginning of that biennium. So in a perfect world, we would be at 75% on all of these budget line items in our general fund. You can see it kind of ranges from high and low, and that's just how we have always operated. General fund utilization came at 28.2%, but that's really being driven down by that large available budget for the business ready communities. If we remove that, we are actually around 50% utilization, which is actually consistent with where we are at this point typically in the year. Since this is the first year of the biennium, whatever is left as of June 30th will carry into the next fiscal year and be reallocated. One thing that tends to happen with the budget is we may look really overutilized, and sometimes that is because of the encumbrances you see. That's kind of a unique government accounting term. We will take a contract, and once that is executed, we will make an encumbrance to hold those funds as we spend. So a good example of that is the Asia Pacific Trade Office line. That full budget goes into a contract, so that will always show as 100% utilized. Moving down into the federal funds, our federal expenditures as of March 31st were $1.91 million. You can see most of those were in BEAD. During this quarter, we added $8.23 million into that line. That full budget of not around $9 million is part of the 348 that Chad discussed a little bit ago. Once that final proposal is approved by the NTIA, that's when we will get the rest of that $330-ish million there in that line. So, we also added $5.25 million to the budget for the digital access program because that was initially approved at the end of December. And as Brandon mentioned, that was terminated. So you will not see this in the next quarter. The other big federal program we have is the WBC program, which we kind of discussed a little bit yesterday. We had expenditures of $153,000, and those are admin expenditures. During this current quarter, the team was able to bring in the second tranche of funding of about $19 million. So that brought our available cash to $23.4 million as of this quarter. The interest that has been earned, so that cash sits within a fund with the treasurer's office and also earns interest. And through March 31st, it had earned $257,000. And then we are able to use that into the program also. The investment balances were about $1 million in fund investments and 14.5 in direct investments. And you see an available budget of $530,000 that is for administrative expenses only. And the reason for that is because the YVC program we're investing in companies, those essentially are just balance sheet transactions where the budget is built on expenditures. Moving down into our agency funds, we have the Economic Loan Development Fund. That's our largest fund. We had available budget of $3.68 million. The available cash there was $13.6 million, and we had earned interest. Let me back up a little bit. This fund holds a bunch of our loan programs, and so that the cash there, we can budget up to the available cash if we need. Right now, it's just at the 3.6. And then because we have loans in there, it earns interest from the treasurer's office and then principal and interest payments. And what has come back in to that fund since July 1st is $2.88 million. And just real quick, I'm going to hit that ARPA section. Our ARPA fund budget is $72.72 million, which is a capital projects, primarily capital projects fund for broadband. That program we started putting out grant funds in July of almost $13.5 million since July 1. And the remaining budget there of $540,000 is available for administrative expenses. I'll pause for any questions on the budget. Okay, I'll talk about these charts here for a quick minute. So the first chart, the pie chart, shows the makeup of our budget and how the different types of expenses of the $140.68 million budget. As of March 31st, grants made up 64% of that. And loans was about 20%. So that means 84% of our overall budget is going to assistance, whether it's businesses, communities, in the forms of grants or loans. And the rest is for service delivery. During this quarter, that shifted a little bit from the prior quarter, and that's because of the BEAD and digital access increases we saw. So it'll be interesting to see the shift when we remove digital access. The bar chart shows that expenditure type or utilization by expenditure type. So we're kind of low in all of those, but we were kind of low anyway. So, and then we could shift over to the loans receivable section. We have loans within that economic loan fund and then within the BRC program. And our net loans receivable balance as of March 31st was $21.88 million. And total loan and interest payments since July 1 were about $2 million that we've received. Madam Committee Chair, that does it for my report, unless there are any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Orr. Are there any other questions? Mr. Co-Chair, I think we're ready to consider the action item, consideration of acceptance of the Q3 fiscal year 25 financial report.
Thank you, Committee Chair Atkinson. I would entertain a motion to accept the financial report.
So moved.
Been moved by Mr. Lance. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Aaron's. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you very much. And thank you, Committee Chair. I appreciate that. And I think with that, we're ready to strategize.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We are screaming ahead on the agenda. You are incredibly efficient.
Oh, I know it.
Which means that the short amount of time we thought we had for strategy could be expanded significantly, right, Sarah? I think would
We
be.
can talk for as long as you want us to.
Which would be exceptional. Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, staff, it's exciting to be the committee chair for the Strategy Standing Committee. I'm excited to share the committee with Mr. Pivick and Ms. Worthen. I think we are excited. It does not appear that this committee will be shy or lack opinions. So Sarah, I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing for you all, but I know we've spent a lot of time yesterday in the work session essentially discussing maybe some big swings, some strategy adjustments. So we maybe don't have a whole lot to cover, but with that, I turn the microphone over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. It's a pleasure to be joined by my team of 4 today, which has grown in the past few months. Like really fast. We've doubled. And so I wanted to take today to highlight the work of my team, especially in light of our conversation yesterday. But before I get into that, I wanted to just share a little bit of a reflection that I kind of came to last night and this morning. So many of you know that I'm a 4th generation Wyomingite. And I was talking with Jill Trugemba, and she's got me beat. She's a 5th generation Wyomingite. And we were talking about that, and that can sometimes feel exclusive to talk about, like, oh, I'm the 4th generation. And it can also it also comes with a choice. So each one of those generations of people who have been able to stay in Wyoming have had a choice, and it's a choice about how they relate to the previous generation. Do they relate to the things that the previous generation was able to accrue for them? And do they rely on what the previous generation did for them? Or do they relate to the values of that previous generation? For me, I know that 4 generations ago, on both my mom and dad's side, people came here to Wyoming to achieve their biggest ambitions. They couldn't do it where they came from, and they came here to be their biggest selves. And each generation from there has had that choice of, do I relate to those values of being ambitious, or do I relate to the things that are here in Wyoming and stay? And that's kind of juxtaposed with timing of this week and in the next few weeks of graduations. We see people at this inflection point in their life, our young people. And right now, we all know that most of our young people leave. But there are actually kind of 3 buckets, I think, that those people fit in. They're the lucky few who can find their ambition here. And I think a lot of us in this room kind of fit in that lucky few bucket. Then there's the people who leave to find their ambition. They're relating to those values that I believe are really deep within Wyoming of being their best selves. And then there are those who stay, and most of those who stay leave some ambition or aspiration on the table. And we know that because of the difference between the number of people who stay here and the number of people who stay in other states. We know there's a gap in that. And that's because the ingredients for opportunity now are different from 4 or 5 generations ago. The ingredients for opportunity 4 or 5 generations ago were things that came out of the ground. They were ranching, they were oil and gas, they were mining. Now it's things that rely on people. It's communities of innovation, like we heard about from Taylor and Blossom. It's things that help people feel like they are a part of something, and it's opportunities that help them grow into something bigger than themselves, and that's reliant on people. So now, as the generation that is here, we have this choice in front of us of how do we relate to the people who came before us? Are we going to be the people who, are we going to be a state where ambition is something that can happen here? Or are we going to be the state where we've already got enough, we've already got what we need so we can rely on what we have? That's our choice, I think, today. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to choose that first option. I think we can be the place where not only the people who are graduating from schools in Wyoming this month are proud to stay, but people who are graduating from schools in Colorado are saying, I'm going to go up to Wyoming and I've got this great job and it's going to be so cool. And their parents are so proud of them. I think there's opportunity to do that. And we talked about a lot of big ideas yesterday. We're hearing about a lot of the progress that we're making on maybe a little bit more incremental, but also big things today. And in those, both of those realms, there are two things that we kind of get accused of or that I worry about. One is that we always talk about problems. We're so negative. We always talk about problems. And that's because this problem isn't solved yet. This problem is not solved yet, guys. And we see that with people who are graduating today, last week, next week, the week after that. This problem is not solved yet. So we're going to keep talking about problems until they are solved. Sorry, I'm not going to apologize for being negative. The other thing that we get accused of is being too idealistic and thinking that we can do things that people are like, no, that's not our lane. No, that's been tried before. You can't do it because of this. But what you'll see today is the reason why I'm confident that we can do those things. Because I think what you'll see on in my team is that we are growing our ability to provide rigor, provide data and analysis to know that the directions that we are going are ones that I trust completely. We are also working on our authorizing environment. We've developed relationships with authorizers and decision makers in this state that are richer and deeper and more meaningful than I've ever seen in my tenure here. And we're working on acceptance. We're working on helping people tell the stories that they need to tell to bring others into the group to accept the things, the changes that need to happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ron first to talk about authority and how that's growing.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Chairman. So yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about engaging authorizers. That should be one of the AAAs you remember from yesterday. So we're not fast approaching the legislative interim session. It's off and running. And tomorrow, some of us, Josh, Sarah, will be at the Joint Minerals Business Economic Development Committee meeting here in Cheyenne. They're meeting today. We're on the agenda tomorrow afternoon. So we'll be able to, and it's a good opportunity because if you followed that committee the last 3 or 4 years, you would think it was joint minerals. And I think it's an opportunity tomorrow to have the business and economic development title in that committee come out a bit. So we'll have an agency update, and we'll provide an agency update with a heavier emphasis on the Business Ready Community Program and some statutory suggested changes, and provide a little bit of an overview, higher level of what you're all learning yesterday and today. So that's a great opportunity. We're also, we have been engaged with a lot of these authorizers, and we'll keep an eye out this interim session. Taxes, fiscal system, those are coming up. You'll see in June, Joint Revenue Committee, Joint Appropriations Committee. They're both going to be meeting in Gillette, and we're going to certainly, as a learning organization, the information is critical. And so revenue will be meeting, and they will focus on, among their topics, tax structure and administration. The description of the topic is consideration of alternative revenue sources, including a tax on electricity production. So that's something we want to see where they're at, what data they have, where their discussions go. Appropriations will be looking at sales and use taxes and the direct distribution model to communities, and consider alternatives to provide stable and consistent local government funding. So that should sound familiar to everyone. So as Sarah said, there's lanes and this and that, but we're a learning organization. So we're going to keep track of those things going on. And we'll continue the engagement. And there are other authorizers, there are other partners, and we've talked a lot about the team of thousands, and we want to make sure that we're not only communicating and networking and sharing information, but we're also very transparent. We've sent emails letting people know about the board meeting today, and we welcome anybody to engage in conversations with us, because we learn, and hopefully they're learning too, and we're inspiring each other. So that's probably the key thing in the engaging authorizers going on right now. If you notice, a lot of the work, people think everybody gets excited about the legislative session every, 2 months in even odd numbered years, 1 month in even numbered years. It's the interim where the discussions happen, the sausage making is made, and an opportunity to engage in those discussions with authorizers. So happy to take any questions.
Any comments or questions for Ron?
All right. Cool.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. I'll let these two handsome young men take over.
Connor, Vinny, please.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here. We're just going to briefly go over some of the projects we've been working on and share with you our philosophy and metrics behind it, perhaps. We have been on the slides there. We have the list of items we're working on, compilation of state and local fiscal data. We are looking at counties, municipalities, revenues, expenditures, reserves, dependence on natural reserves or resources rather, and what those implications are for those counties and municipalities as the economy of the state changes over time, and how volatility in sales tax looks in each of those local places. We want to understand the capacity that each respective community has in order to develop growth as they want to, and look at some different types of fiscal constraints that they have. It's been great as we've been on this team since January. We've started to get a chance to interact with other teams at the Business Council. So with that, in the last month, we were brought on to help look at Laramie, to look at, I think we've talked before about how there's some constraints there to growth. And so we were able to look at other college towns around the country. We looked at Fort Collins, Greeley, Missoula, Logan, Ogden, Kearney, Nebraska, and Brookings, South Dakota. And we were looking at what the position is of the college in the town, how important it is, and looked at how they've grown over time and how that compares to Laramie. And in most cases, Laramie has not grown in the ways that these other towns have. And so that's a way to look at what Laramie is potentially losing out on. We recently worked on the BRC rules change, which we'll hear about later today, this afternoon, I believe. That was just a great opportunity for us to collaborate and learn more about BRC. And through that, we are working on creating a systematized, standardized, rigorous analysis process for each application that comes through in the future. We had the chance to work with Amber on A2A. Vinicius and I both partnered up with the community and got to learn from them, work with them, and we continued to talk to them as they go through the process even after the 10 weeks of A2A is concluded now. And with that, we're excited to start working on our, I don't know what the name of it is, a rural initiative program. Basically, there's, with the help of the regionals, we picked one community from each region and 2 in the Northeast region. And for about half of them now, we've had an initial virtual call with either the mayor or a leading stakeholder of some sort. And we just listen. We hear about what it's like to live there, what businesses are there, what industries are there. And we'll be starting our first in-person visit next month, I believe, to Torrington. We're gonna be in Torrington, Lusk, Lovell, Thane, Newcastle, Claremont. I believe that's all of them, E-City. So we're looking forward to that. Looking forward to just going there. The idea is to listen and learn. It's not to come there and tell them, you got to do this if you want to grow. No, we want to build a relationship there and hear from them and learn from them. We have an idea right now that there's going to be some cases where these communities aren't quite ready yet for programs like A2A. And so we want to help them get to that point. But there's other communities that maybe don't even need A2A. And we want to learn what they do there that works and then take that and apply it to other places in the state. So we're really looking forward to that. And we haven't had a chance to travel around the state yet. So we're looking forward to that as well, to see what the rest of Wyoming is like. Beyond that, we talked yesterday about some big ideas. And so we have fun just thinking through those big ideas like a medical school or different types of taxes. And they're just ideas to play with for right now and look at what's possible and what it would take. And so we've enjoyed the process of beginning to look at different big projects like that. And I'll turn it over to Vinicius to add anything.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning for you all. I'm glad to be here. And just to complement what Connor said about the projects we're working on, I'm just trying to highlight some of the approach that we have. So we talked a lot about today about how the Wyoming Business Council is a learning organization, and our role is a lot to accelerate this learning. So how we can use data, how we can get the best evidence that exists to accelerate this learning together with the people in the organization. So related to that, our approach is a very action-oriented research. So many times when we think about research, we tend to think about like hiring a researcher that will deliver a report 1 year later, and that's not our approach. Our approach is every week we learn new things, we share it with the team, we understand what are the problems that we're facing and how we can bring the more data and evidence to address those problems and design policies that are based on evidence and helping the implementation. So this is a little bit of our approach, and also related to what Connor said about the Rural Communities Project, also BRC. One thing that we are thinking also as next steps and how we can build the capacity in the communities to also build this approach. So for instance, if a community applies to BRC, how can we support communities to identify what their specific barriers to growth and how they can use data and evidence and work collaboratively with us to address those barriers to growth. So I just wanted to highlight also a little bit of our approach and how we try to be most helpful to the work that we do here in the Business Council.
And we'd be happy to talk more now or offline about any questions you might have on how that works actually, what we actually do every day as we go through these different projects.
Thank you both. Any comments or questions for the gentleman? One real just quick one, planting a seed. So we've had a successful relationship with the Harvard Growth Lab, and in many ways they've been able to use economics, data analysis, and really thinking about that, much to what you were sharing, Vinicius. At the state level, maybe tinkering a little bit in the regional level. You have the opportunity now to take it into the communities. How much of their methodology or what we've learned from working with the Growth Lab are you going to be able to apply at more of a local level for Wyoming?
I'll start with a little bit. I'm not sure how many of you heard of PDIA, but that's something that we've learned through Harvard. It's what's it stand? Problem-driven iterative approach. Thank you. PDIA. Basically, there are ideas that have come out of Harvard, which you can apply anywhere. Now, Harvard is over there on the East Coast, and they don't know how things work in Wyoming all the time. And Wyoming is a complex place, and each town has different dynamics, different industries, and so you can't take anything that comes from them and just say slap it on there. But that's not what they want us to do. The process is to talk to people, is to go there, is to learn from them, try things out. If it doesn't work, try it again. And that will work anywhere. And we're looking forward to go through that process, and through the process build better relationships with these communities. Yeah. Anything else, Vinicius?
Yeah, I would say, for instance, in the work that we did with HOA communities, I think we try to bring some of that. So, for instance, I work with a team in Sheridan that's working on housing issues, and I try to bring a lot of this approach of like, let's look at the evidence that we have to understand if it's a supply problem, a demand problem, and working together with them that have more knowledge of the local context of how we can better understand the problem, and based on that, think about potential solutions. That's part of that. And also on the BRC projects, I think we'll talk later about BRC, but we're working, for instance, on a guide and a process to help communities when they are in a process of applying to BRC, how can they better understand if this project addresses a barrier to growth or not? So we're in a very initial step of the process, but hopefully we can also work a lot with the communities to help to build the capacity during the process.
Great, thank you. Yes, please, Mr. Smith.
I guess this is more of a comment, but Vinicius, you were kind of alluding to it, and I just want to make sure it's more clearly known. I think it's so interesting and such a great thing that the strategy team is really getting woven into everything that the business council is doing. And you did a great job of understating your guys' influence, but in that BRC process, to really be able to pull everyone together and be looking at through the process, what's our strategy, and how does that group work as a collaborative interagency team with people from every committee. Not just how do we change the rules to work better for Bert and the investments teams, but how are we going to execute it? How are we going to work with the communities? And a lot of that falls to both of you gentlemen in particular on really working with these teams and taking that, pushing people to question and ask why. So I just would like to say thank you to that, and just make everyone aware this strategy group that you've got, Joe, underneath your committee. It's pretty neat how it's really so interwoven into everything. So I commend all of you from Sarah, all 5 of you on the team now instead of 3, which is awesome, for all those efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I think I also to complement one thing that came up to mind, that we coming together to the Business Council, I think it's a continuation of the Growth Lab project in the sense of internalizing all this approach and using data and evidence. And also us being physically here helps us to understand better the context and work together with the communities, which somehow it's difficult. Of course, the people in the Growth Lab can come from time to time, but since we are here like every day, I think it also helps to have a deeper knowledge of the local context and being more effective because of that.
Yeah, thank you for that point. We make a statement at the college oftentimes when we look at data, is we have to remember that every one of those data points, there is a unique, messy, diverse individual behind those. And it takes a relationship to really understand some of the nuances of what the data can tell us or not tell us. So great point, Penny. Any last comments or questions for the gentleman? Thank you both. And then certainly last but not least.
Well, thank you. And I think, yeah, I mean, with data, we have a story to tell with that data, right? Because it isn't, I mean, it's easy to interpret, and we can take the data, the research, and the analysis that we do in this rigorous work and learning that we're all doing, and then have a story to share. But
being able to share that story, that's how we can build the acceptance across the state. And it is my awesome responsibility and privilege to get to be part of crafting that story and sharing it. And we've been doing a lot of work internally on how we can build our own narratives. So understanding our own story of self, which Sarah did a great job of, presenting and being a great example of earlier, sharing her story of why Wyoming matters to her. And we each have that personal story and connection to the place, the people, and the work that we're doing every day. So being able to understand that and tap into it, so that then we can tap into the people in the audience that we work with and connecting our values with their values, so that then we can engage them to organize and act toward creating the change that we see that we need to make in order to reverse that economic decline, which is the big problem we're working on. So I have been able and fortunate to be able to work on understanding the stories of the work and sharing the stories of the work that we're doing, but then also helping our internal team to craft their own stories. And many of our team members have been going through different professional development opportunities, both externally and internally, to build what we call a linked narrative so that we can craft those stories and bring people along with us and build that acceptance bubble larger. And we're, doing that through the storytelling, but also through looking at broadening and more diverse channels. We, sometimes it feels like it's button pushing and just, checking boxes and making sure that we're present on different channels and platforms that we need to be, making sure our content is consistent, which is all really important. But we're often and always evaluating where we should be and where we could be. So it's, again, just a lot more learning as we go into these BRC changes and making sure that we meet the challenge of educating and supporting communities through these changes. That means there may be other channels and audiences that we need to connect with. Definitely, they're working very closely with partners and helping them carry our message for us. So.
Please, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, and Ms. Quick. Can you talk a little bit? Earlier, Sarah mentioned that we tend to focus on the problem, and even in our last annual report, we talked about a lot of the failures that we have, and people were sort of shocked by that. Like, wow, you're talking about those, and the idea was to normalize that failure is part of growth. And failure is something that we're not afraid of. We're going to continue on to do that. But there's also a growing sentiment that we should be a little bit more proud and a little bit more excited about some of the things that we do. And so can you talk a little bit about the Breaking Through series and some of those efforts to really highlight and showcase some of the exciting things that are happening in Wyoming? Do you mind talking about that?
Yeah, so that was a great collaboration with the recruitment team and services team, and identifying some of those success stories that we don't maybe always shine a light on. We often come to these meetings and talk about, Sheridan has all this great stuff that's happening, or wherever it might be, right? We have some specific success stories that we maybe bring up, but it was a really great project to work on identifying across the state businesses, communities, and organizations that are doing innovative things, taking risks, being willing to be bold in order to innovate and to grow and succeed. So on the website, and we have been promoting it in a variety of different ways, we do have a series of 12 videos, the Breaking Through series. So it is on our Why Wyoming page if you haven't seen it yet. I think they're a great way to spend, a few minutes and just to be inspired by what's happening in our state. And we also, if you haven't checked them out, we have a video series with Josh and our What's the Point series, because it's a great opportunity to be candid and have conversations with people about what's happening and what they're doing. So Josh has talked with people internal to our team, as well as people across the state, and we're continuing to build that out to bring more voices into the conversation and to, really broaden that scope. And I would also say, I think it is important, we do talk about problems, and it's important in order to get people to act to shine a light on the urgency and the need for this work and kind of the nightmare scenario that we are facing in order to be able to shine light and create hope. And so Josh has talked a lot about hope, and that's so much of what our narrative work is around, is being authentic and genuine and real and telling the true story, but also shining a light on the pathway forward so that we can have hope and know that it's through collaboration and work together that we can get there.
Thanks, Amy. Any comments or questions for Ms. Quick? Okay, thank you. Sarah, would you like to bring us home?
Yeah, I'll bring us home. I'm just so proud of this team. Sorry, Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. I'm so proud of this team. And I also want to underscore how integrated this team is with the rest of the team. So all of the work that we just talked about here, none of it has been done by just the strategy team. It's been done in collaboration with all of the rest of the people on staff. Because that's how we do things in a learning organization. We learn from what we do, and then we generate strategies from that, and then we test it, and then we generate more strategies from that. So it's a really cyclical and integrated process, and I'm really proud to be building that. Hope is believing in the possibility of the unlikely, not the likelihood of the probable. So when we talk about how our graduates are leaving or staying and leaving ambition on the table, hope is that third bucket. Hope is the bucket of people who I think are sitting in the room today. So this is hope. We are hope. And that's what we need to get after. And we know we have some ability, we have some authority, and we have some acceptance. And the work that we're doing is building each of those. And I believe that we can actually get to that future. I'm happy to take any more general strategy questions as well.
Any comments or questions for Sarah? Please, Jason.
Mr. Chair, maybe just a quick comment. I actually really appreciate the exposure to your word failure or challenges. I think that's when innovation and growth happen. And if you're not failing or being challenged, you're not working hard enough. So maybe just more of a comment, Mr. Committee Chair, that I'm excited to hear that as a new board member, and I appreciate some insight into that. So thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anybody else? Well, I'll say I have hope is critical, and it is important for us to have, and I'm glad that you find that hope here. I have a board member of my own that tells me hope is important, Joe, but hope isn't a strategy. They have to go hand in hand, and that really underpins the importance of the strategy team and how integral it is to the operations and the things we're trying to do to accomplish some of the bigger goals we might set before us. So thank you all for that. And with that, Mr. Co-Chair, I think that concludes the strategy committee's report.
Thank you, Committee Chair Schaefer and the strategy team. I know on a personal note, when I've had the opportunity to sit in on the committee meetings, I always come away with a lot of satisfaction, hope, and for the future, and I appreciate the hard work that you've done. Now, if you look at our schedule, we are considerably ahead of schedule, and so as a result of that, we're going to keep charging forward. A couple things. We're going to try to attune some of this stuff with our lunch preparation folks, our hosts here. And so in a moment here, I'm going to turn it over to the Committee Chair Smith for the investments. We'll kind of follow along and see kind of where we end up. And if I told Amy, if she gives me a wink, it means that maybe we'll take a break for lunch. And is that acceptable to everybody if we just keep moving forward? Okay. With that, I'm going to turn it over here in just a second to Committee Chair, Investments Chair Mr. Smith. One of the things, I think, given the numerous action items, if you're acceptable to that, I'd like to just convey the activity for the motion items to you, if you want to just walk those through.
Absolutely.
Okay. Take it away, Committee Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Excited is probably the right word to use for this whole, I guess, second half of the meeting we're rolling into. Excited we're getting a little bit of an earlier start on it. Also really excited to see what this team has been doing. I mean, it's a team of 6 that are working to make all of these things happen. And what's exciting is, to me, is really their commitment on every single one of them, their commitment to invest really into our communities, and in the process, listening to who they're serving on how they can do better and what we can continue to improve. And I think that's every step of this process through these different items is all showing continuous improvement, continuous learning. First one, Brittany, excited we're able to get you in a little earlier. And I'll be great for you to go through your updates, but keep an eye, especially as the board and some of our newer members and some of our older ones as well. Keep an eye at some of these companies that keep coming up and will start to come up in Brittany's presentation and then come up in YVC and then maybe coming up in further investments, and really tracking that the process and the roadmap and the stepping stones that we're trying to create are working. And hopefully leading towards some of these companies maybe eventually becoming BRC projects of their own. So with that, Ms. Faulkner, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the board. I'm extremely grateful to be here, and it's lovely to see a full board for the first time since I've started. It's kind of exciting. So as the committee chair mentioned, I'm Brittany Faulkner. I'm the Startup Grants Manager. I oversee 2 grant programs for innovation, high growth potential companies. We're going to highlight the Kickstart grant program today. And I wanted to start by just kind of looking backwards a little bit. One of the first initiatives I was given when I was hired was to relaunch the Kickstart program. And so I dove headfirst into that effort, and we relaunched it successfully at the beginning of this year. But now that we've got it going, the question came up of how much potential does this program actually have, and what kind of potential impact could it have on the state? And so I started reaching out to some former companies that were part of the first rollout of the program. So if you go to the next slide, Ben. Thank you. So originally the Kickstart program was launched in 2018 and 2019, along with the SBIR program. In that time frame, 18 awardees got just under $900,000 in grant funds. And so I reached back out to those companies and kind of started asking some basic questions. And I don't have all of the information, the data pulled together quite yet, but I did want to highlight some very interesting numbers that I saw. Out of those 18 awardees, there are still 10 in operation, which means that's over 50%. National average for startup companies is a 90% failure rate in the first year. And out of the 10% that don't close, 70% will close within 2 to 5 years. So as a state, the companies that were supported by these funds are not just beating national average, they're kind of kicking its butt. And that was really, really exciting to see. In addition to that, 3 of those 10 companies have gone on to utilize other programs within the WBC ecosystem, namely the YBC program. So you will see these names of these companies in the YBC program or presentation coming up. But that is just so exciting. As Mr. Smith said, it's interesting to see how these companies are potentially progressing, which gives me a lot of hope for the relaunch of the Kickstart program. Next slide, please, Ben. So with that, I wanted to roll into the relaunch. And as I said, we successfully relaunched at the beginning of the year. And so I would like to give a quick update on the 3 companies that were awarded from that first cohort, We have agricultural innovations, Ing Outdoors, and botany. As a group, the investment groups, we recommended a full funding of $50,000 for each company. The governor agreed with our recommendation. At the time of submitting the information for the board book, the contracts were still being reviewed by the Attorney General. But I'm happy to say that as of Friday, one contract has actually been fully executed and the invoice has been submitted. The other two will be fully executed in a little bit, and those invoices will follow shortly. So that was a great update. I was glad to see that. So next slide, please. All right, so this cohort, we opened applications on March 1st. We had 11 companies apply. Out of those 11 companies, 9 were qualified to proceed through the program. From those 9, an internal team of WBC members narrowed that pool down to 5 companies. Those 5 companies had a 5-minute pitch to a panel of 3 investors from various partners, and those panelists narrowed that 5 down to 3. Those 3 companies are what we'll be looking at here in just a minute. These award amounts were determined after a final Q&A session with a panel, another WBC panel. It's kind of a mouthful. So next slide, please. So the first company we would like to highlight is SLP Tools, co-founded by Austin Larson and Camden Hinkle. They're based out of Casper. We have recommended a full award of $50,000. SLP Tools is a suite of AI-powered tools for enhancing and accelerating the workflows of speech-language pathologists. They are currently in their beta phase, but they are already creating time-saving impacts in school districts and speech clinics around the world. The requested funds will be used to further development to finalize necessary updates identified in the beta program, acquire certifications, and hire marketing support to transition SLP Tools into a subscription-based platform. Next slide, please. The next awardee is Ice Spas, co-founded by Josh Kalinowski, Luke Humphreys, and John Heisey. They are also based out of Casper. We did not do that on purpose, I promise. We have recommended that they are also fully awarded the $50,000. Ice Spas is a wellness company dedicated to revolutionizing cold therapy experiences through their product line, the Chili Dip. Through their various offerings, they are aiming to make cold therapy accessible and usable by utilizing patented features on their projects and working with local manufacturing facilities to get their product costs as low as possible while maintaining a quality product. Requested funds will be used to develop and launch an in-depth marketing campaign, including the hire of marketing support roles. All right, and the next slide. The last company that was selected from this cohort is Point Blank, founded by Brandon Christiansen. He is based out of Cody. We also recommended him to be fully awarded the $50,000. Born out of frustration, Point Blank's flagship product, the ePod, is on the path to being the only self-leveling electronic rifle stand on the market. Utilizing key partnerships in the gun and ammo space, as well as the manufacturing space, Point Blank has successfully made ePod prototypes to test the waters at SHOT Show and other events, and the feedback has been amazing. The path forward includes creating a production space, as well as a full launch to sports riflemen, followed by a more streamlined product offering to hunters and military. The requested funds will be used to finalize product design, purchase machinery to begin the creation of their manufacturing space in Cody, and hire select business support roles. And with that, I'd like to open it up for any questions that anyone might have.
Yes, Dr. Shaver.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Ms. Faulkner, just a quick question. So we had 11 apply, narrowed it to 5, awarding 3, which is fantastic. They all sound great. What are we doing with the other ones? Is there a a loop that we close? Do we get them connected? To tell me what we do with them to make sure that we encourage them to keep working.
That is fantastic question. One of the things that was really important to me during the relaunch is making sure we didn't leave anybody behind. And of course, we can't make people care, but I can give them all the tools they need to continue to care. So one of the things that I do is with each evaluation, I gather the feedback from the judges and I put that into a report for each of the companies. And so when they get that unfortunate news that they did not progress, I include the reasons why, and I include suggestions and recommendations on how to address that. And then I make sure that they know that I would actually love to see their application again next quarter. And one thing I would like to point out is this quarter, we did have companies that reapplied from the first quarter. So that was really exciting to see. So yes, that's right now, that's the best I can do, but I'm hopeful we can continue to improve on that as we go forward.
This may be proprietary. It's just kind of a curious question. So if you can't say anything, just say no comment. But I was looking at chili dip that Mr. Kalinowski has, and I was looking at some of their product lines, and you had mentioned that they were they were partnering with local suppliers, and it just got me thinking down here. I know a while back I had the opportunity to visit with the folks from Wild Gear, and they have a pretty extensive roto mold system down there. And I looked at those and I'm thinking that would just be about perfect. So are they working
You're
with?
spot on.
All
It
right,
is
awesome.
perfect.
Great. Great. That's great. I mean, the collaboration, I mean, because those things are those molds are incredibly expensive. And to be able to have access to that, it just shows the synergy that can take place. So thank you.
Yes, Mr. Drum.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So Brittany, this is more of a comment. I can confirm that one more of those agreements has been executed from the first round.
Thank you very much.
Always good news to get in the middle of a presentation.
Right?
Right. Any further questions for Ms. Falk? Fantastic. Thank you so much for the great update.
Thank you, everybody.
Ms. Grenfell, where are we sitting? How would you like us to proceed?
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, if you are ready for maybe another 20, 30 minutes, I think that would be appropriate if we can jump into our YVC update with Mr. Finnegan and Mr. O'Brien, and then we'll break for lunch.
Fantastic. Mr. Finnegan and Mr. O'Brien, come on down. Thanks, Ryland, for picking that up. I appreciate it.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, good morning. We thought we'd be presenting with a full belly, but we'll take the advanced schedules today. Just as a reminder, I'm Gordon Finnegan, the Equity Portfolio Manager for the Business Council, and I manage YVC. Our team is made up of me, Bird Adam, of course, and the all-star Ryland O'Brien. To kick us off, Ryland's gonna do a quick update or recap, moreover, of our Wyoming deal flow report, which we generate. We released it just this past April in conjunction with our Wyoming Venture Summit, and I won't give away too much, so I'll let him dive in there.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Gordon, and committee chair and members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to highlight some of the things that we've been doing with YVC. I'll sort of dive into maybe potentially Ben. Thank you. This was a slide that was shared at the summit this past April. We hosted a strategically curated group of entrepreneurs and partners within our ecosystem in Wyoming, and wanted to bring everyone together and really break down those silos and share the message of Wyoming is a growing venture ecosystem, and being an entrepreneur in Wyoming is not a lonely man's game. There are people in these same situations. They might not be identical, but really we need
to drive for more collaboration and more shared insights. So that was the purpose of the Venture Summit, but really just wanted to highlight here, our ecosystem is continuing to grow where we're bringing on more partners. But really there's still room. We are proud of where we've come so far, but there's a lot of room for growth and a lot of exciting things to come in the future. So just wanted to dive into some of the data, and I'm glad we're not after lunch, so I don't have to put you all to sleep. But Ben, if you wouldn't mind going into the next slide here. Looking at the deals by sector, this is discussing counts. This is exciting because our deal counts didn't grow, but they also didn't shrink. In looking at some of this data, as we layer on the fact that we're looking at startups that are raising an 18 to 24 month runway to accomplish certain milestones, this is exciting to see that in the so-called off year of 2024 and from 2023, we didn't see a lull there. And really just wanted to highlight the diversity here, but it's exciting to see. Ben, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. Looking at the deal counts by stage, this is also really exciting. Sometimes the data that we're pulling from misrepresents some of these rounds where they can potentially be extension rounds, but ultimately they are showing what the rounds are intended to do from the pre-seed stage or the seed stage in the Series A deals. But really, it's exciting to see that there's a lot of seed activity going on where YVC is investing in that seed to Series A gap. The more seed deals that we see will lead to more Series A deals in the future, which is where that gives us an opportunity to play in the ecosystem. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, Ben. And this is now looking at the amounts of capital raised by each sector within our ecosystem. And it's really exciting to see that the diversity is not only apparent in the counts, but also in the amount of dollars raised. There are some champions or not champions, but some strong sectors within Wyoming. But they're yet to be realized, where we still have sort of a diverse group of venture companies that are continuing to grow, but we don't really have that true champion to stand up and raise that, have that big exit and then spin out these other companies from that exit. Ben, if you wouldn't mind, go to the next slide. Perfect. Thank you. Really, just wanted to highlight here the cyclical nature again of the 18 to 24 month raises. This is exciting to see that the seed deals are there, and that shows promising opportunities in the future. Some of our pre-seed deals tend to not get picked up in terms of dollar amounts from the public data sources. So those are gaps that we have in our data, but really they're so incrementally small in comparison to the later stage rounds that it doesn't really skew the data, but that is where a majority of our missing information is in those pre-seed and sometimes the seed rounds. But overall, the data is exciting for YVC and the future of Wyoming and the venture ecosystem in Wyoming. But I will now pass it back to Gordon to cover our portfolio.
Thanks, Rylan. And if anyone has any questions and you want to go into further depth on anything in the deal flow report, feel free to reach out. We're happy to do so. The biggest piece to remember there, as Rylan mentioned, is we don't have access to all the information that's out there. It is around 60 to 80% accurate in terms of the coverage that we get, because we do rely on publicly available information sources. So to switch into our portfolio review, This is the standard dashboard that we've generated. Should be familiar for most everyone. Just to quickly go through these various points, we've now invested in 9 companies. That's 8 companies directly, 1 company which we didn't have overlap through Breakthrough Venture Capital, or the venture fund that we've invested in. So effectively, SSBCI dollars have gone into 9 companies across the state. Fortunately, we are still below 20% participation in each of the financing rounds that we've invested in. When you look at the private capital compared to the capital that we've invested, so the bottom 2 left, when you add those together, we've now surpassed over $90 million into Wyoming startups across the state, equating to about a 7-to-1 leverage ratio. So we're continuing to unlock private capital. We're continuing to work closely with them to help support Wyoming startups and just continue that flywheel effect that we can just keep growing and break the chicken and egg cycle best we can. Although we all do love cooking chickens and eating omelets. Ben, do you mind? Thank you. So this is a small reveal. If you'll recall, last time we had an investment in flight. Today we are publicly sharing that Alpen Beauty is our newest investment. That's a company based outside of Jackson. They're just outside of Hoback, actually. They use natural ingredients that are harvested from the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem to put into various products like face lotion. We were excited to invest in them because they are literally, as a company, born in Wyoming, and it's products literally from Wyoming. And today, you can find Alpen Beauty products in every Sephora nationwide. So they're growing quite fast, and we're happy to be a part of that and help them out. Next slide. Another reminder of the capital from across the United States and Canada that has come in. As a reminder here, these stars actually represent the leads. So when you have a financing round, typically there's a cat herder that will help set terms and drive the deal forward, which we call a lead investor. And some of the logos on the left are just more of the notable logos that we've co-invested with across all of our investments. And here is probably the longest standing document that we've shared over the existence of the fund. As you can see, it tracks by quarter, so that's quarter end. Each column represents a snapshot in time. I guess it was on the 5th was our most recent snapshot, which made it into this report. But the happy thing that we will gladly point out, and of course it's in yellow, is that we can now confidently say, I mean, we all heard Lindsay say it earlier, so we know it's the truth. We did get our second tranche, and now we're starting to work toward that benchmark to invest the next tranche into Wyoming startups across the entire state. And the thing I'll point out in that yellow bar is not only the amount, but also the percent remaining. So we've kind of restarted the clock where once we surpass 80% deployment, so either investment or commitment from that tranche 2, then we'll do it again. We've got one more tranche to bring in, and hopefully put all $58.4 million to work across the state. I think that's all we got. Any questions, Mr. Committee Chair?
Fantastic, gents. I would like to have you explain a little further, especially for some of our newer board members, how the funding out of YVC works, and in terms of when we make a commitment versus what we necessarily fund, and how that process works, because I think that's important to note.
Yeah, happy to. And if I can elaborate on anything else. It's always kind of tricky to not step into too many acronyms or too many rabbit holes, but I'll try not to go too far back. But so SSBCI, the State Small Business Credit Initiative, was funded through ARPA. Essentially, there's $10 billion that went into jurisdictions across the United States. It was states, tribal governments, and U.S. territories. Our allocation then became what is now YBC. We have two different strategies that we use. We invest directly into companies, so that's through financing rounds. And then we also become a limited partner in investment funds. So we're looking to invest in venture funds that will then invest in startups, not always alongside us, but hopefully in a earlier on in that company growth. So ideally, the funds that we invest in will invest in Wyoming startups that are maybe what we call pre-seed or even literal seed in terms of seed funding to get started. And then we come in at later stages because we do have a larger checkbook, and we are trying to bridge that gap from local angel investment to regional and coastal capital, which is typically where most of those investment funds and a lot of startups sit full time. So we have an application online. We built it using Salesforce. So it's a rolling consideration. We don't, like, I guess in contrast to Kickstart, we don't have a quarterly consideration. It's just open just because we really have to be reactive. We're not leading deals. So it's usually based on other people's timing. We do our best to get out in front of it to help these deals come together. But most typically the process is a company will be planning to raise money, whether it's $2 million, $5 million, $10 million, $15 million as part of a financing round. They'll connect with us, pitch us, we'll do initial due diligence. One of the more important pieces there is being eligibility, and then match and alignment with what our expectations are, what Treasury requirements are. And the most effective tool that we've had has been providing a letter of intent, which essentially can help them open up more and more conversations with other investors to continue to gain interest, where they can have hopefully a really quick fundraising cycle, and we'll partner with the lead investor to make sure terms are fair and friendly. We don't have investors unlike other funds where they're typically doing the best. Their fiduciary duty is to their investors. Because of our unique seat, our fiduciary duty, as we perceive it, is to our founders and our Wyoming residents. So we get to be advocates for them, which is the fun part. And that's when the work begins, after we write the check, the real work.
Absolutely. And I just think the letter of intent part's important to note, because, and we talked about this a little at the YBC summit as well. Our intent is if they can get fully funded and not need our funds, we're okay with being pushed completely out.
Right.
And I think that's what's interesting about this program. I think so cool. And especially the way that you guys are actively managing it with those companies is cool. We'll commit to X, but you know what? We may only end up funding half of it. So then we can use those same funds that we have left over and use that for another company. So that's just why I thought that explanation would be super useful. So thank you, Gordon.
Well, and I guess a little clarity, then I think Ryan wanted to jump in too. I guess not so much clarity, but as another reminder for everyone, even though we technically can invest up to 50% of financing rounds, or up to 5 million, those are really just that's our ceiling. We're not a program where we're saying, hey, yeah, we are going to be 1-to-1. No, that's the limit. And ideally, we may be in a situation where a company is so attractive to outside capital that we do get crunched or even pushed out. So it's not the programmatic approach of, all right, here's this dollar, give us $1. see you guys later. Thanks for your money. We don't want to talk to you anymore. It's not how we operate, but
Just wanted to add one more quick note on and tie sort of the rest of the things that we're doing with YVC with some of the comments that were made yesterday regarding the chicken and egg problem. When it comes to SSBCI, we had the option of implementing capital access programs or additional loan programs, but because we have such a robust build out of those programs already in Wyoming, this is we really lean into equity, and kudos to Bert, who wanted to swing big and hit home runs. So to my knowledge, we are the only SSBCI jurisdiction that is 100% committed to equity. And I think that that says a lot to the chicken and egg problem, where we are fully committed to injecting capital on one side of that chicken and egg problem to hopefully solve the other side.
A great addition, Rylan. Mr. Aarons, I think you had a. No pressure.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. So we've made to date investments in 8 companies, 1 fund to the tune of about 16 million. Could you speak a little bit about the other end of that, using your clearest crystal ball, like the return, and when or if money might come back in, or how that might look?
what do they say? Past performance is not an indication of future results. Yeah. Knock on wood, things are going really well. We, on one hand, we want to really be conscious about continuing to stay an option for entrepreneurs across the state. Like we don't want to invest everything as quickly as possible so that we're no longer, so that we do have to navigate that valley of when is the money coming back. Most typically, investment funds, so venture fund, will have a life span of 10 years, and they will take usually 3 or 4 years to deploy that capital. But the expectation is that at year 10, all that money is already back to the investors. So that's this. Those are the funds that we're investing alongside. It rarely works out that way. Oftentimes they'll extend to 11 years or 12 years or even 13 years. But since we are further in the company life cycle, it's safe to assume that most of the investments that we make could likely be returned in 3 to 7 years. But we're not rushing anybody because, again, so far so good. Does that answer your question?
Yes, Dr. Shaver.
Yeah, Mr. Aaron's question really, a foundational understanding is probably helpful for all of us, is to know how those dollars come back. Because there's really, 2 or 3 ways they come back. The company sells.
Yep.
The company goes public, possibly, where you have some of that, or the company just grows to the point that they pay that back to regain the ownership. Some of those cases are more ideal for Wyoming than others. And one of the concerns I know that I've had conversation with Mr. Lance about is for us to get our money back, that may require a startup to grow to the point that they become appealing for somebody else to acquire them. When somebody else acquires them, what are the pressures that may tug them out of Wyoming versus staying in Wyoming? So I don't know, Gordon, if you want to just expand on that a little bit, because how we get our money back is different depending on what the path for that company is. Some will be more ideal for Wyoming than others.
Completely. I mean, what's pretty common in the landscape these days is called getting acqui-hired, where a company will buy another company, but they're really just hiring the entire staff and making them move to Austin. I don't know, which doesn't help us long term in terms of what we're trying to drive toward with the benefit of these exits. But having an exit event, you know, we are very adamant about having employee stock option pools. So all the employees that are working at these startups, even if they're not the founder, are likely vesting into shares. And if we can someday have that tentpole company, an exit event, whether it's an IPO or even just a recapitalization, all those employees will have not only a fiduciary or a financial windfall, but even if that company no longer exists, we're going to keep building the bench of, yeah, I was employee number 2 at whatever company. And you know what? I sure learned a lot there. I'm going to go start my own company now. And if I don't do that, I had the best vesting schedule on the planet. I'm going to start my own fund because I have all this funding and I want to continue to be part of the ecosystem. So that's on that end. And then for YVC in particular, yeah, we have our 9-year say air cover through SSBCI and the US Treasury guidance, but hopefully we can stick around and have an evergreen presence, keep growing this and addressing different needs as they come up.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So I note in Lindsay's report that we've recouped about $258,000 in this year. Process-wise, can we just turn around and redeploy that in the tranche of money that we have? Or does that become state money with weird strings attached to it that we can't redeploy quickly? I mean, it's not a huge sum, but I'm assuming that as this grows, it's going to be hopefully a much bigger pool.
Yeah, that's been the advantage of how we've operated YVC to date, is that when we do get a new tranche, that program income is actually just interest earned, and we can attribute it to future investment. We can attribute it to admin costs, but it does still stay within YVC, and hopefully we'll just continue to walk that balance where we want to have that triggering event of tranche 3. When, to your point, when that say 200 grand or so comes back, it doesn't affect our tranche percentage. So otherwise we'd be worried about the fact that it's gaining interest because our goalposts would continue to move. But we can, fortunately, the US Treasury is very good about keeping those in separate buckets.
One more question, Mr. Committee Chair. So I'm looking at the capital raised by stage chart with the growth capital raise being most significant at about 53%. Is that reflective of the types of deals that are coming in? And is it reflective also of the atmosphere in Wyoming today where you're truly growing your existing business base? As in Cheyenne Leads, for instance, we're redoubling our efforts at BRNE. And so I'm just curious as to how I should read that sort of capital raise graph in the context of real world examples that we're trying to apply in that space.
Yeah, that's a great question. That is somewhat of a challenge with our public data sources and those mislabeling of some of those rounds where they could be a potential extension round, but that is where growth is classified. So the companies that are raising to hit additional milestones and want to build out the team further, I think those fall into that growth category. But I think as an outsider just looking at that chart, it's really the main takeaway from that is regardless of the stage, whether it's super early or maybe dipping their toes into the Series A, Series B, there is growth rounds taking place within the ecosystem.
Fantastic. Any further questions from the board? Fantastic. Thanks, gentlemen. With that, I will temporarily hand this back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Committee Chair Smith. For those of you that maybe don't know, they're ready for us. Is that fair? Okay, so how 1 hour?
Just a couple of quick logistics for lunch. Lunch buffet taco bar is set up by the concession stands. You are welcome to grab a cup and fill up a drink from the soda machines as well. There's water behind me, coffee just down to the right. We're a little spread out at the moment, so stretch your legs, feel free to walk around. The facility is ours. So, thank you.
Thank you for that, Courtney. I appreciate all the coordination and everything. This is a great venue, by the way. Love it. Okay. We'll mark an hour. 12:30. A little less than an hour, but. $30. Welcome. Wow. Set it back a little bit. Welcome back. And I think, Courtney, we're ready to do a roll call to make sure that nobody ditched us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Arns, Miss Atkinson, Mr. Brown, Miss Chatterton, Miss Crumpton, Miss Downham. Here. Mr. Lance.
Here.
Mr. Law,
Present.
Mr. Nelson.
Here.
Mr. Pivick. Dr. Schaefer.
You're distracting Mr. Land, sorry.
Easily distracted.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
And Miss Worthen. You have quorum again. Mr.
I'm guessing we have a quorum. All right, great. Well, thank you. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We'll turn it over to Committee Chair Smith, and we'll proceed in the Investments Committee.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And with that, I'll just pass it straight over to Mr. Wendling to start going through the loan portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. Hello, I'm John Windling. I'm the Challenge Loan Portfolio Manager with the Wyoming Business Council. The first item on the agenda is actually our quarterly challenge loan report. That's a requirement we do every quarter. And the first piece of that report includes our past dues. Those are kind of our usual offenders. Lately is our economic disaster loans. So those are our direct loans that we've done. The last set of loans we did for those was the Goshen County Canal collapse in 2019. So there are some beet growers as well from around 2017, but those are loans that tend to be more high risk. They're done quickly to help ranchers, farmers with any economic losses that are from a disaster that's actually declared by the Business Council, where there's no federal assistance. It is requested, but we can, as the board, you can declare that, and we can do loans to them to help offset those losses, to help them spread that over up to 10 years. So, but with that, they're a little more high risk because the collateral there is not much, it's just the next year's crop. And really the only thing we ask or has been asked for is the bank that they work with approving their line of credit, continuing to kind of basically approve our side of it. So those are what typically are on this. And this is a little beefier than usual because at the first, those are annual payments and those are done at the first of the year. So there's more on this than there usually is, but all these, there's some brief summaries there, but really to say some of these, we've tried to communicate with all of them. We always do. We work with Marquee Escrow Services to help manage our loans and service those. Ken over there establishes contact, mails coupons, second notice, and then we'll try it through phone or through a banker. Then I will help too at that point. So a lot of that process has been done with all these, and there's different situations for each one. Mr. Walker that'll come up here a little later, another action item for a charge off because that one we just passed 3 annual payments past due. Others we've spoke to, the only one we're still trying to get a hold of is Mr. Saul, hay grower, and we'll continue to try to get a hold of him through, we've been in touch with his banker, so hopefully we can have some success there. The next portion of this report is just the loan loss reserve analysis. We have an adequate reserve there. This includes an additional reserve that's required on the disaster loans because they are high risk, but the overall balance on that is $648,000. And it includes 2 fully allowed loans from those past dues. Mr. Walker has a request for a charge off, and then Eden Farms was a new one we just added. Miss Eden lost her husband in 2021, I believe. So she's been trying to maintain operations as long as she can, but it's getting to a point where she's unable to keep up with that. And so we have fully allowed for that one and anticipate that we may have to charge that one off in the coming year or so. Charge offs, you'll speak to that here in a little bit. Just some other updates in this report. We have 95 active loans totaling just over $11 million. We also had our challenge loan portfolio exam accomplished here we just received that back. They did the audit for our program towards the end of March. Everything was found satisfactory. There were some exceptions that were found that there were documents that we needed to track down with the banks, and a lot of those loans are participation loans that we're doing and that were observed. So it was easy to track those down, but just a few things that were taken care of right away. So overall, the findings were found satisfactory. So staff recommends approval of this report, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding it.
Any questions for Mr. Wendling? Doesn't appear to be any. With that, could I get a motion to approve the quarterly loan report? Fantastic. I have a motion from Dr. Schaefer and a second from Mr. Pivick. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Fantastic. That one carries. So with that, on to the aforementioned Mr. Walker charge-off memo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Mr. Walker, as I stated before, he was part of the Goshen County Canal collapse in 2019. We gave him a loan in 2020 for a total of $34,408. Last payment he made was in January of 2022, so that is 3 payments past due. So we are recommending the realization of principal loss of $31,191. I've spoke with Mr. Walker a couple times over the phone. He always tells me they're going to get payment to me as soon as you can, or he will get payment to me as soon as he can. So he has no intentions of paying. So our next step would be any kind of legal measures we can take as we work through our collections process with the AG, what we can do there. So, but again, these charge-offs doesn't mean that we can't still contact them and still collect. It's just something we like to do as when these get a certain point past due that we are unable to contact to get them off our reports. So we will continue to efforts though. And yeah, we're just ask for your consideration or appreciate your consideration on this charge-off. Any questions?
Mr. Brown.
So, John, is Mr. Walker still in production of agriculture, or is he no longer farming, or?
No, as far as I know, he is. I mean, he's claimed he has a crop that he just needs to get, you know, out of the field and he can get his payment. So that's been 2 times now over the last 2 years. So I believe he's still in operation from those conversations, but I know he has another job as well, but from the banker's perspective, he hasn't been able to help me out there either. So.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for staff approval or approval of staff recommendation. Fantastic. A motion for Mr. Brown. Do we have a second? Fantastic. A second for Ms. Atkinson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Fantastic. Motion carries into succession loans.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Yeah, so we have 2 succession loans and 1 50/50 loan up for your consideration today. The overall balance in the Economic Development Fund for our Challenge Loan Program is $13,600,000. I also wanted to go a little bit into, with us having succession loans and 50/50 loans and so many new board members here today. Our loans, these loans that are up for consideration are participation loans. So we are leaning on the banks to lead these deals. They bring them to us. They're actually the applicant and provide everything that they've done on evaluating it as far as their credit presentation, all the financials, that sort of thing. So we take that information, the bank is the applicant, and we're just actually partnering our contractors with the bank to do these loans. So really the borrower hardly knows we're involved except for the incentive of a lower interest rate, or like with our succession loans where we are able to loan on that blue sky portion of the deal and close that gap or that down payment that they might have to otherwise do. So 2 different deals with these, but they are participation loans. So that is helpful in the risk mitigation of it. There is, you know, additional eyes on these and evaluating the debt service and that sort of thing. I also want to discuss kind of more of the security side of things, of how we look at the collateral. So with a succession loan, we take a second position. We don't really have any right to collateral until the bank is made whole. And at that point, whatever's left over, we might have some, but that's the advantage to the program, is we take a second position and it allows these deals to come together for the banks to do them because there is lacking in collaterals, because there's more value to the business when it's being bought other than just its equipment or assets or real estate. There's that, you know, it's also generating revenue. So that is, we're a second position there. Whereas on a 50/50 loan now, we're looking at a shared position with a bank. So whatever is at risk and whatever's collected on the collateral, we basically could split with the bank if we're 50/50 on a deal, or for 25/75 kind of thing, just based on that percentage is how we can be made whole at the end of it too. So it's a little different situation and how we look at them. So that's will come to play a little bit in these loans, but just wanted to bring that up with all of our new members here today. So our first request, succession loan, comes from First Northern Bank in Gillette. It's a $236,000 succession loan participation on a $610,000 total loan, or just under 50%. It's for the purchase of real estate and full control and operations of the preschool academy. The bank is coming into a 7% interest rate. We're recommending 5% for a blended rate of 6.01%, and that'll be fixed for 10 years. The borrowers are Tiffany Schatz and Rachel Olart. They'll be the borrowers. The preschool academy is a well-established early childhood education provider in Gillette and has served the community for over 17 years. It started as a single classroom and has grown into a vital institution supporting young children's development. The current owners, Trevor and Darcy Larson, customers of First Northern, have been looking to transition the ownership. The preschool employs 1 director, 5 lead teachers, and 5 assistant teachers, with the current full enrollment of 94 children. The borrowers, new owners, will retain their current jobs post-purchase and will provide additional debt service support if needed. All existing staff will remain, reinforcing the stability for this preschool's continued success. Staff had no major concerns with the cash flow analysis or risk rating on this one. There is more information detailed in the credit memorandums in your materials. Staff is recommending the approval of this succession loan and participation of $236,000 with First Northern Bank in Gillette. for the preschool academy. And happy to answer any questions regarding this.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, I accept a motion to approve staff recommendation.
So moved.
Wonderful. Motion for Mr. Aaron's. Do we have a second? A second from Mr. Lance. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. All opposed, same sign. Fantastic. Motion carries. On to Bellafuco.
All right, our second succession loan request is for Bellafuco. This request comes from Jonah Bank of Wyoming in Cheyenne. It's a $275,000 request on a $550,000 total participation loan. There is actually some additional loan that'll be a part of this deal. They'll be in a third position, is some seller-backed financing that will help bring the deal together. But again, they'll talking to our security positions on this one. The bank will be in a first, we're in a second, and then the seller carry or the seller's loan will be in a third position. The purchase is for real estate, full control of the business operations. The bank is coming in at 9.25%. We're recommending a 6% for a blended rate of 6.625. It'll be fixed for 10 years. Brenna Kosowitz is the borrower, and an employee of the business has been involved in both the front end and back end of the restaurant. This business, Bellafuco Wood-Fired Pizza Grill, began as a food truck in 2013 by John and Maria Casper. It moved to the residential location that it is now, and it was formed into a unique dining establishment just downtown Cheyenne. It was purchased by Eric and Kelly Dalton in 2021. They've turned it into a very successful business, and Jonah Bank has been a part of it, seeing that from start to finish of what they've done, both owners, and really how it, they were impressed really how it's come out of the pandemic and what it's done the last few years. Once this funding is secured, Brenna will actually take on a management position for the summer. So the closing of the loan won't happen until about August. So she'll have an opportunity to learn from the Daltons and just see that side of the business, the true management side of the business with their help. And they will still be involved, obviously, with carrying some of the loan. So they've offered their help in all of this is whatever they need. So they'll stay involved. We had no major concerns with the cash flow. Again, they've had some great numbers the last few years, and there is more information detailed in your memo on that. Staff is recommending the approval of the session loan participation of $275,000 with Jonah Bank in Cheyenne to Brenna Kosowicz for the purchase of the Bellafuco restaurant. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Succession loan. Yes, sir. Mr. Lance.
John, quick question. I note that the interest rate for our portion is 6% on this one, was 5% in the previous. Is that due to some risk analysis? Is it, I'm just curious as to how we set our rate. I understand the bank rate.
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair, Board Member Lance, a great question. So yeah, it's on a lot of factors, but really it's on risk and where the bank's coming in. Correct. So.
Fantastic. Any other questions? I'm staring at the new banker in the room in case there's any coming from that side. Okay. Well, with that, I'd entertain a motion for approval of staff recommendation. Great. I have a motion from Mr. Lance. Do I have a second? Second from Dr. Schaefer. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Now into the 50-50.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Our final loan is a 50-50 loan. This comes from First Interstate Bank in Laramie for Core Health. It's a $250,000 request on the 50-50 loan for a total of $500,000 to Mr. Robert Messerschmidt. He's actually the 90% owner of this business, will be the borrower. The bank is coming in at 7.2%. Business Council is recommending a 5.75% for a blended rate of 6.48%. This will be 5 years fixed. Core Health was founded in 2022, and its first full year of operation was 2024. It's a San Diego-based company owned and operated by Mr. Messerschmidt. It's a startup company that specializes in manufacturing and selling the Core One. It's an FDA-approved at-home medical device that detects inflammation using a single drop of blood, providing results in 30 minutes. Mr. Messerschmidt is working to relocate his operations to Laramie, Wyoming, using this loan to assist in the moving, hiring new employees, and securing working capital to ramp up production and support the company's growth in its new location. Our cash flow risk analysis is more clarified in the credit memo, but financials were very limited on this as it is a startup and only having that year 24 getting going. So a majority of our evaluation was based on the guarantor support and the collateral value. I'd also like to note that the contribution of the collateral coming from Mr. Messerschmidt is considered his contribution because it is a large amount of collateral being provided to secure the loan for both the bank and WBC, but it is inventory. So that can, banks can look at that a little differently as far as how marketable it can be. And typically in loans, it's discounted. So in our case, we felt that, the bank was very comfortable with the marketability of that collateral and the inventory. But as staff, we felt, we wanted to ensure that we eliminate as much risk as possible. So we did request some additional collateral, which is provided. He provided an additional vehicle, and also with the funds he's going to use to purchase another $100,000 in inventory. So we'll be able to secure that as well. So with that, by discounting it, more down to like a 60% value, that the bank feels that they could get more of that, more than 60% recovered if it were to go bad. But so we use 6% to be conservative, and it still covers our 85% LTV that we're required to hold. But we asked the bank to include a covenant in the note that would require a quarterly report on the value of inventory, what is actually on hand, and what should be every quarter. So just to help with being able to monitor that. So staff is recommending the approval of this 50-50 loan participation of $250,000 with First Interstate Bank in Laramie for Bob Messerschmidt. I'm happy to answer any questions for this.
Absolutely. Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. John, this is probably a silly question, and so it has a really simple answer. I should know. Why isn't this a business committed BRC project? It sounds like it's business relocation. Is there something that disqualifies this, or this is just a better tool?
Mr. Committee Chair, Board Member Schaefer. Yeah, it's very early on. Mr. Messerschmidt is the lone employee right now. So it's very small, very early on stages. I think, just looking to lease some property. It's very early. And it's a small loan, amount. So, as far as owning infrastructure, being city-owned infrastructure, those kind of things, all those elements, I think involved, it's just easier to go the loan route for a business in a lot of cases. So I think that's where it landed. I think, and this is a great place for it to land, I think right now, and maybe at some point where maybe there's an expansion opportunity through BRC or something like that.
That's a great question, Dr. Schaefer. And I think a good way to open up kind of all this discussion of having the right tools in the shed for all the different opportunities. So thank you for bringing that to light. Yes, Mr. Pivik.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chairman. John, my question is has he already secured a location in Laramie and all that stuff? Is it guaranteed he's moving to Laramie? How do you make sure that this guy doesn't take the money and run and go back to California because he can't make it in Laramie? What are those guarantees that we have for our money? At the end of the day, if this guy doesn't have the infrastructure already set up in Laramie, I'm opposed.
Mr. Committee Chair, Board Member Pivik. So we're leaning on the bank in a lot of this situation. So, but there has been, Mr. Messerschmidt has spent a lot of time creating a lot of partnerships already in Laramie. He is working with another business owner who actually owns the building that he's looking to move into. He's spoken with our regional there. So there's been a lot of involvement ahead of time and partnerships built. So we do feel pretty good about the bank we are leaning on in this situation. So this is a unique situation where we've had some correspondence. A lot of times this isn't the case, where we know kind of our relationship with them might just be what the bank knows about it. So we're really just partnering on this deal. Our relationship is with the bank, and they're doing the deal. We have agreements and everything put in place to protect us on that side of things. So as long as all that's put in place, the securities are put in place, and we're really relying on the bank and their expertise to get the deal done the way it should be.
Fantastic. Any follow-ons, or you good? Yes, Ms. Downham.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I would just add one comment, which is that if a bank is willing to do a deal, then they also feel comfortable that the borrower will be sticking around. So that certainly has been taken into consideration. To go along with that, of course, I would just like the notes to reflect that I will be abstaining from this vote.
Fantastic. Thanks for letting us know. Okay. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve of staff recommendation.
Motion to approve.
Wonderful. We have a motion from Ms. Atkinson. Do we have a second? I have a second for Mr. Ahrens. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I would move for a vote. All in favor signify with aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So with that, we currently have a break slated, but we also just had lunch. So I'll defer to Ms. Grenfell. I assume we're going to keep on trucking. So thank you so much, Mr. Wendling. Appreciate it. And as we're coming up here, I think Rylan, if you want to head on up, and I know we've got Bert on the phone, heading into BRC. I think this is another great opportunity for this meeting to really look at continuous learnings and everything going forward. There's a lot of discussion around that idea of consistent learning and growth within the Business Council. And in that same spirit, to the board, I would say ask questions, ask lots of questions, be curious in this part. All of these, especially as we get through the learnings, there's lots of good things to dig into. Same with the rules revision. I know Noel and Rylan and Bert and all the staff really want to hear feedback around these topics and want this to be a collaborative process. So don't be afraid to raise your hand, speak up, and ask questions or give input. So with that, Bert, I know you're on the phone, so I'll hand it off to you if you've got any comments, and if not, we'll have Rylan kick it off.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you. I don't have any comments, but I'll gladly kick it off and then hand it over to Rylan and get into something that we don't typically do, which is sort of talk about the learnings and the progress and the program of BRC. Typically, we're just presenting projects when we're going through BRC, and so we thought that it would be good to just reflect and think through all the different learnings that we've had. And that next slide is really titled BRC Learnings, and taking that forward on the different things that we've learned, probably we'll call it over the last 3 to 4 years. And Rylan's going to get into that in a minute, but really showing that after each of these board meetings, we're taking back different things. We're letting different parts of these projects that we're presenting sit in and soak in, and then testing the new ideas that we have, experimenting with, well, what does it look like if we took this thing that we learned at the board meeting and tried it in an agreement, right? And so I think I just set the stage with, and may retitle some of these columns, what we have learned is that Wyoming's economy is in decline. I know Sarah touched on it, Josh touched on it. This problem of Wyoming being in economic decline is a complex problem. And I think Vinny and Connor touched on that method that we use to address those complex problems of PDIA, right? So really it's just iteration, right? How do we continue to learn after each thing that we're testing and trying? And maybe rather than what we think, maybe we would call that what we're learning, right? We're learning that economic decline has many causes. A lot of those were identified in the growth perspective and the SEDS, but to name a few, those are, lagging knowledge sector, housing, youth outmigration. All of these we would consider binding constraints or barriers to growth, sort of synonyms in the work that we're doing. And those foundational systems we have to make these problems, or to look at these, are actually making the problem worse in most cases and not better. And then thirdly, what we're looking forward to learning next is a lot of these tests that we want to run, ideas and experiments to really hone in the tools that we have to be able to tackle economic decline more effectively. So with that and setting the stage, I want to hand it over to Mr. O'Brien to kind of just touch on what we've learned on each of these different iterations of board meetings.
Yeah, really quick, Rylan. I think Dr. Schaefer wanted to interject really quick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, and don't mean to get in front of the presentation. We've heard a couple of these things, and I think we concur with this. I'm just maybe asking a favor for board members, as we continue the messaging of things like Wyoming's economy is in decline, or the foundational systems we have make these worse. Those statements are very powerful and important. I know personally it would be helpful for me to have a couple of talking points under each one to be able to say, how do we know this? I think I can speak to the GDP piece and the volatility and the lack of diversification, but that would be helpful. But saying our foundational systems, you're going to have that conversation in a coffee shop, at a bar, on the golf course, or somewhere. And then they're going to say, well, what do you mean by that? How do you know that? And I don't want my answer to be, well, let me call Josh. So I don't know if that's possible, but I do think that us being able to really carry that message as we have this conversation will be important.
I think that's a great point, Dr. Schaefer, and the whole point of what we're trying to do of how do we continue to grow. So it's a great action item. Yes, Mr. Law.
This is really just more of an asterisk to your question. And I think that we talk about Wyoming's in decline, but I think that there are people that we interact with that would say, I don't know if I agree with that. So I think just to reemphasize, I think if there were a few bellwether indicators that could be front and center, that make it easily identifiable and easily communicative over a cup of coffee.
I like that. Instead of an elevator speech, it's a coffee cup speech. I like it. Anything else on that before we let Rylan loose on the timeline? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and members of the board. I definitely think those are good points and notes that we will take into consideration for next time. But I think Bert did a great job of setting the scene on what we wanted to convey here. But really, we wanted to show the board that we don't take these meetings just for the opportunity to present projects. We take these meetings in the capacity that we want to learn from both the projects that come forward, the discussions that are had, but also how we can make the program better as a whole and accomplish the things that we're trying to accomplish as a business council. So in that process, just wanted to touch on some of the things that have really changed in the BRC program since the September 2022 board meeting. And again, we just really hit these points hard and then go back to the drawing board of what can we do, how can we make these better, starting with some projects like community centers, where these community center projects allowed us to ask the questions of, are projects like these the best use of BRC funds? When we had a board meeting where we had projects come before BRC with a broad range in scope from both an impact perspective and the dollars requested. But that really allowed us to ask the question, is this the best use? And if it is the best use, maybe we should raise the bar for funding amounts that can be up for grabs in these. And that was reflected in some of these rule changes that Noel will touch on here in a little bit. But we also saw projects like Elevated Living, where they came to the board and then were declined or passed on funding for that time. And they came back with a better structured project and more skin in the game, both from the business side and on the match side of things. We saw projects like the Pronghorn Industrial Project in Gillette, where we were able to ask the question of, is this the highest and best use of these funds for this specific project, where there's potentially multiple business lots or opportunities for businesses to use? Would it be better to take a bigger swing and do a larger lot rather than divide up the property into multiple different lots? These learnings as we started having these conversations really started the conversations around rules and how do we implement these changes into rules, and started conversations around like equipment pieces, where we want to ensure that our rules align with what we're trying to do with the business council in investing in appreciating assets and not depreciating assets. There were some projects, some very large projects like Austin Engineering, that we really wanted more buy-in from the company and from the local level to provide more match in that project, and take on a little bit of loan in that too, where it's a big project, it's a big risk for the state to be taking on. The community should be taking some of that risk as well. We saw projects like the Foslock project, which this area might define as a failure, but again, it was a learning opportunity for us, and it also allowed us to really show that the assets that we're preparing with BRC funds are not going wasted. That was a project where we prepared an asset for a specific business. The business was no longer able to operate there, and another business was able to step in and continue to leverage that asset. Thank you. Then we saw projects like the Hot Springs Readiness Project that some of you may be familiar with, where we asked again, is this the best use of BRC funds? And in order to answer that question, we added a plan to that readiness project to ensure that they were had an overarching goal to hit at the end, and were taking the correct steps to get there, so that we're not wasting any investments on excess capacity or under capacity for businesses to operate there. And then that gets us somewhat into more present times, I guess, where we took a stab at codifying those learnings in rule, as Josh mentioned earlier, where we added things like property recordings for BRC projects that have revenue recapture. In the BRC deep dive that we did, we understood that the revenue recapture is very hard to predict because it's a share on revenue generated. So if that revenue isn't generated in the first place, it creates hard means to project those revenues, where as with a loan, we have a set loan payment that we know that we're going to get. As we had more conversations with our board, we added things to our write-ups, such as the compelling and concerning items, to better convey the projects to our board and drive better conversations and ensure that we're continuing to make good investments. thanks to Noelle and her creative mind and projects like Mesa, we were able to see some different resolutions from the local level for a project that didn't have the ability to generate revenue recapture. The increased tax basis that the local level is receiving is required to sit in a separate economic development account, which is the same sort of mechanism as a standard revenue recapture would work in that. We also had some interjections from SLIB, where we have now been asked by SLIB to remove community projects from rules altogether so that they're not having to go up to bat against projects that are significantly larger in scope or smaller in scope or have greater impact or lesser impact. The SLIB board ultimately advised us that that was not part of what the business council was trying to do and where we are headed. So they have asked us to remove that program, and Noelle will dive into that a little bit more. We also added things like community resources to the write-ups to better understand what the community was buying in to and what they had available to put towards a project to better understand the risk that the state was taking on and the risk that the local level was taking on. But really, while all of these changes seem really slow to implement, the program itself is slow to be carried out. The last couple of items on that slide with the Jupiter memo, that Project Jupiter, that memo is referring to the memo that we received stating that the company had gone into bankruptcy and was no longer going to be using that location. That project was originally brought to the board in September of 2022, and we didn't receive that memo until the February of 2025 board meeting. We also received a withdrawal letter from the Table Mountain project in Lander, and that project was brought to the board in February of 2022. So we didn't even touch that on the timeline. And I think that speaks to how long the process is, but is really important to let those play out so that we can have those learnings and understand how to make the process better and the program better overall. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Lance.
So my memory fails me from time to time. Was there a point at which the governor or the SLIB decided to reject rules that we had moved forward? Am I remembering that correctly? And if so, what was the reason for that?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Mr. Lance, I can answer that question. We had drafted and this board had approved or adopted in December 2024 or September 2024, adopted those rules. So then the process is the governor has up to 75 days to sign or not sign those rules. There was one component that some of his team had an issue with. It was taking the match out of the rules and putting it onto the website. So what happened is the governor just did not sign those rules, and so they did not get enacted. What we did with this rule revision that I'll go over today is we enacted a lot of those that were in that process, as well as added some other things to it. So what you'll see today is some of what you saw last year, as well as some additional things that we've added.
Fantastic. Any other questions or comments? I really appreciate personally, Ryland, the timeline that you guys put together, as it really helps to understand how long some of these projects really do take. And I think as we see them in board meetings, it's like, oh, that was 6 meetings ago. Well, really, that's a year and a half. So to be able to understand that and have this outlined, I think is very important. The visual's great. So well done on that.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, and we can keep rolling. And through some of these learnings, the common theme or the biggest pain point in the program is really pointed at the outdated application. Our current application is a 50-page PDF document that can end up being hundreds of pages at the point that it's completely filled out and submitted to us. So we really wanted to figure out how to best address this, and we are now turning the BRC application into a digital application in our Salesforce platform so that it will also be tied to all of our CRM components and let it be the ultimate source of truth as we're all fighting for it to be. Really, the big themes that we're trying to focus on with that is removing any sort of redundancies and simplifying the application. There is some more focus on barriers to growth, which Noel will also get into. But this process and the way that we've designed the digital application should ultimately help the applicants be better prepared to create a strong and compelling narrative for their own projects so that they can present those to the board in the future. Really, there's been a ton of work from both the investments team, the operations team to some capacity, and the steering committee, the Salesforce steering committee, and the regional team on getting this application pulled together. And we're really excited to roll it out for our September application deadline. And I will now pass it back to Bert unless there's any questions.
I think that sounds great. Bert, any comments from the voice up above?
No comments on that. I'm very excited for the new digital application. It's been a lot of work, but you know, I think that's just one way that we're trying to move this forward, and one of those outcomes of the learnings that we continue to have. Another outcome is what Noel's going to get into is these new BRC rules. You know, with all of the problems that we're looking at, we're really trying to understand what the symptoms are, dig deeper into the problem, and really truly find the root cause of these. Rules is one way that we have to do that, and sort of the policy layer of the work that we do. This will be our largest attempt at a rule change for BRC since I think the inception of the program. If you looked at that timeline, you'll see this is, I believe, our third BRC rule revision in as many years since 22. Back to we're continuing to iterate and do that continual work and learning to build the system that really helps us create the local capacity. I think setting the foundation of where does this fit within all of the work and all of the learnings happening at the Business Council, right? You'll see there at the top, the BRC rules and digital application and those changes that Noel's going to jump into here in a minute. But if you heard when Amy Quick was up there on the strategy committee talking about it, all of these things that we're doing sort of revolve around linked narrative. So BRC rules and application is only one piece of many pieces, and these four circles in this Venn diagram aren't all the work either, but these are just some of those changes in work and learnings that we're doing at the Business Council that revolve around narrative. I think it's important to note that with the BRC rules, we're raising the bar, but then you heard Vinicius talk about how we're also raising support as we're looking to identify and help communities with a guide and a process to identifying what their barriers to growth are. We've got the regional directors and services team focused on narrative and the overlap. We've got a new team just starting to work on what does economic development education look like for Wyoming. And all of that comes together into that narrative piece. And I think this overlap, as you go from this slide to the next one, really means a lot as we look at the team that came together to work on BRC rules, right? This is a multidisciplinary team we've got investments, we've got services, we've got strategy, we've got regional directors, we've got leadership, we've got board representation, really trying to pull a lot of threads. And these are the people that were there on the ground working on rules. The team beyond this, where we shopped these problems, we shopped these solutions pretty far and wide outside of the business council to make sure that we were really understanding the problem and working the right parts of it. And thanks to Jill for kind of leading us in a lot of this, and a big thanks to the whole team for where we're going. I'd like to turn it over to Noel to really dig into the process and the rule changes that we're proposing.
Thank you, Bert. So as Bert was saying, we really started this process back in March. And at that time, we only had about 5 weeks to do this whole problem deconstruction and really revise the rules to be prepared for this board meeting. And as Bert stated, we knew that this was going to be a really large rule revision because we were trying to solve some really complex problems. And we know that solving complex problems requires multiple perspectives. So we had that team of 9 business council staff and board. We had 5 weeks, and we really dug in and prioritized this process because of that short time frame that we were working with. So the first step that we did is we looked at determining the causes to the root problem of BRC decisions are not always in alignment with the strategic direction of the business council. So we shopped those causes and the root problem to outside stakeholders, like Bert stated, just to make sure that we weren't missing anything and to make sure that we had a really clear vision of what people thought the problems and the issues with the BRC rules were. After we had a better understanding of all of those, we started to draft new BRC rules that would test solving the identified challenges. Here's kind of an overview of that problem deconstruction work that we did. And I know a lot of you have seen like the fishbone diagram. So we did a fishbone of BRC rules specifically. So kind of at the head of that, the BRC rules or BRC decisions are not always in alignment with our strategic direction. And so then we really dug into why aren't they? Why not? We came up with about 10 main categories: reporting, match, revenue recapture, community projects. And then each one of these had many other secondary, tertiary problems under it. So it ended up being a really large Excel spreadsheet that we were all looking at of these are the problems, and we need to dig into kind of test how we're going to solve these problems. So I'm going to go into reviewing the actual rule revisions that we are proposing now. So it was important for us to make sure that we were aligning our BRC rules with our desired outcomes. Before I go into them, I do want to mention one large change that you might have noticed in the board materials. So since we are making such significant changes to the rules, instead of doing a strike and underscore process, which is just a revision, is what it's called in the rules world, we're actually going to repeal the rules that we have now. So we will strike out all of the rules now, and then we will create new rules. So the new rules that you see, everything is underlined, and that's because we're completely repealing and starting fresh. As part of that process, we are proposing a name change to the program. We want to keep the BRC acronym because it's iconic, I guess. Like it's been around forever. I don't think we can get away from that. But we want to really focus on communities because that's what BRC is. It's about communities. And so we are proposing building resilient communities and keeping that BRC acronym. And then I will go into here. So with barriers to growth, Rylan had mentioned that a little bit. We really are trying to understand and working on each community's barriers to growth. And so we wanted that to be a core theme within the BRC rules. And so it's kind of interwoven throughout the whole rules, from application procedures, the public notice that the applicant has to put into their newspaper for their public meetings, reporting requirements. So it's interwoven into all of the components of BRC. With that, with BRC types. Previously, there were 5 types. You guys know those: business committed, community readiness, community program, those ones, as well as planning had 2 subtypes. So there was a lot of different types of programs under BRC. With that barrier to growth lens that we're really looking at, we're moving away from different types and kind of really focusing on that barrier to growth. So it's going to look more like this community has a project for you that is solving a barrier to growth with infrastructure or with a business or through a planning project. And so it'll be similar, but it's going to really be more focused on how does this project solve your barrier to growth? And then match, we want to have more clearly aligned expectations that there is a 25% minimum match on all BRC applications. In addition to that, we are eliminating the match categories for that. So as you know, currently we have category 1 and category 2. We will eliminate that so all projects will have 25% match as part of the project. We're also stating that half of BRC loan counts towards match. Additionally, we've clarified how and when real estate that is purchased with or developed with BRC funds can be utilized as match. And it can be used as match once the minimum required match is met. We also wanted to make sure that the expected return is based on actual investment into the project. So the things that we looked at with that were revenue recapture, loans, and maximum awards. So with revenue recapture, current rules state that communities can utilize up to 50% of their local revenue recapture funds for operational expenses. We have added to this revision that those local operational expenses shall be used primarily for personnel, so that they are hiring economic development staff to complete the economic development projects in their areas. We also added that at least 25% of the local recapture shall be used for the next revenue generating project, and to try to help communities fund themselves and be a little bit more self-sustaining and able to invest in their own projects. With loans, we have added that loans will be drawn at 80% before grants are drawn. We added that an otherwise eligible applicant that is delinquent on loans or revenue recapture payments shall be deemed ineligible until those debts are made current. And we also added that the business council cannot be second or subordinate to a loan. With maximum award, and this one was actually in the 2024 rule revision, so this is one of those that's being carried over, is that the maximum for a project to solve a barrier to growth is the current balance of the BRC account. The managed data center cost reduction will stay at the 2.25 million, and then planning will stay at 100,000 as that's statutorily defined. And sometimes the impact and the signals are more in the subtle details. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the more subtle details with the BRC rules updates. With presentations, the board meetings will look a little different. We are going to have the applicants present their project and the details of their application before the board, as well as the SLIB board. And then BRC staff will present the analysis of those projects as well as the staff recommendation for you. With planning, we are proposing changing it to a block grant process. Currently, each project has to go before this board as well as the State Loan and Investment Board. The block grant process would allow us to request funds from this board and SLIB upfront, up to a certain amount, for planning grant purposes. And then we can enter into contracts with communities as needed. This would also allow us to accept planning applications more often than the once a year that we currently allow. And then with reporting, we have added that projects involving a loan or a revenue recapture will submit annual reports through the lifetime of those payments. Currently, projects only have to submit reports for 5 years after the construction is complete. This way we can ensure that loans are getting paid back. And then to Ryland's point on the revenue recapture, we have a better idea of what the community is receiving in net revenue. And we can have a better understanding of what we should be getting back, as well as starting to talk to the communities on how they're spending their local revenue recapture dollars. We have added that progress reports must be up to date prior to approval of a request for fund disbursement. This was part of last year's that's being rolled into this revision. And finally, we have included that BRC grants will pay no more than 25% of pre-construction costs. For those of you that were at the last board meeting, this was a contingency that we put into place for the WyoTech project and something that we feel should be for all projects moving forward. Quick timeline for you. I believe Mr. Drell had mentioned that it is a very long time frame, the rules process is. So today I will ask this board to approve these draft rules. We will get it submitted to the governor's office. He has 10 days, and actually Ms. Cavisto has already started that process to ensure that we hit that 10-day timeframe. After that, we will go into a 45-day public comment period. We're anticipating that'll start about mid-June. Ms. Quick and her team are working on some communications plans and how we best present the information. We're discussing having a webinar that we can go over it into a little bit more detail. So communities and local local developers can submit public comment if they so choose. At the September board meeting, we will ask you all to adopt the final rules. There may be some changes to it depending on what we receive from public comments, but that will be part of our presentation before you at September. And then after that, we will upload the rules, and the governor then has that 75-day timeline to sign or not sign. So if all goes according to plan and we get the governor's signature, knock on wood, these rules will probably go into effect end of this year, first part of next year. So probably the first applications that we would see under these new rules would be at the May board meeting next year, probably. So. Is there any questions on the specific rules or the timeline? I'm happy to answer anything.
Well, I just want to jump in with a quick additional comment on this timeline. Just for the board's awareness, in tandem with this work that we're doing on rules, we've got a group of people that I believe tomorrow are going in front of the Business and Economic Development Joint Minerals Committee. I think I got that order right. To propose some statute changes that go along with these rules changes. Changing the name because we're not actually providing money to businesses, striking out the educational infrastructure uses, and reinforcing that match amount. I guess the thing I really want to add on the timeline is typically we don't get much public comment. And one of the things, Ms. Reed mentioned it, but we're working on a communications plan. We really want to get 100 public comments. We want to get a lot of public comment on this to really ensure that we're reaching out. We know what applicants are looking for. Everybody's informed. So if there's communities watching, we want your public comment on these rules changes.
And to jump in on Bert's same comment, that's also something that from this group came out that we really want our board to mobilize and to help with as well, is on that public comment side. As board members, we're all spread throughout the state across multiple types of industries and have a lot wider reach just in our normal everyday involvement. So taking this out and talking to people and having that cup of coffee ourselves as board members on behalf of the Business Council to help solicit this public comment as well. Yes, Dr. Schaefer.
No, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Well, I think, Bert, you hit on this just for clarification, though. The proposed rules before us today that you're asking us to approve moving forward, they are currently in alignment and adhere to state statutes and what we believe are the intent of the state statutes, or they are not?
Dr. Schaefer, great question. Currently, these proposed rules are still in alignment with state statutes. What I think the proposed statute changes do is add another level of clarity.
Mr. Committee Chair, follow up. Thank you, Bert. I think that's helpful, and I'm kind of grappling in my mind with whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing to signal that change is necessary. But it sounds like if these rules were to be approved today without any changes in statute, they would still be legal, I guess is the right term. Okay, good.
That is correct.
Great point of clarification. Any further questions or discussion? I know, just for the sake of the audience and the folks listening online, we did address these rules in every committee meeting. So all the board members have had some time to look at these and discuss these prior to this meeting. So if it seems like there's not a lot of comment, that's because there's been some pretty vigorous discussion prior to this meeting. But with that, Mr. Aaron's.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So Noel, thanks for going through that. And as you mentioned, we've been through a few iterations of the rule changes. The last go around, did it go out for public comment and did we receive any?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Mr. Aaron's. Yes, we did go out for public comment. We received 0 public comments.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then on the slide where you referenced large BRC rules updates, one is at least 25% of the local recapture should be used for the next revenue generating project. Could you speak a little bit to the tracking of that and how we would know, for example?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Aaron's. Currently, we do have the ability to conduct an audit, if we so choose, of that economic development account with the community. However, with one of the proposed of having them do annual reports through the lifetime of a revenue recapture project, we feel that we're going to get really good information and data through that process. One, the amount of revenue that they're receiving, and then 2, asking those questions of what they're investing those funds in and having those conversations with them. So I'm envisioning it more as a conversation with those communities and working with them to educate on how they can do that spending and what a revenue generating project looks like, instead of it kind of being an audit type of situation.
Fantastic. Any further questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So Noel, it's vexing to me, strong word, isn't it? Vexing, that we haven't received comments in the past. Because we hear a lot of comments after the fact. And we hear bickering from applicants that come in and say, how dare you ask me for a match? How we can't afford that, right? And I get that. I understand it. I hope that we can find venues to have those discussions with our publics, because I'm not going to have much tolerance for folks that come in and complain after the fact and in a project specific context. These are huge changes, significant changes that reflect a lot of frustration, a lot of opportunity, a lot of the vigor that we want to apply in this new program. I see it as an entirely new program. But I hope we can find venues that allow us to talk robustly, conventions, conferences, and I hope board members are willing to go and sit down and talk to those folks. I'm willing, and frankly, be an instigator, because at some point we have to trigger a more robust dialogue than 0 comments from people that are going to be taking on millions of dollars in loan and grant. And that's not acceptable. If folks are not engaged enough to find us to say, no, this won't work or this would work better, I think we roll up the carpet and call it a day, because this is the underpinning of all of the real movement that we can make in the future. All of the efforts to locate broadband, all of the efforts to build arterial infrastructure, all great. But if we don't have businesses to plop down and get moving, why? So for any of people who probably are not watching us on this call, get ready, because things are changing. And I hope, because I've been a fairly direct person on this board, that you're ready for the very tough questions as they present the application, not our staff, because our staff is not the one that's responsible for these projects. They've been on the coattails of our very qualified staff, and then you've taken the slings and arrows from us or from the public. That's not the way this is going to work going forward. And It's about to get real for our project applicants, and I couldn't be more excited because it's time.
Mr. Lance, thank you for the commentary. I know personally I share a similar amount of those thoughts and also would commit to helping on the board side and being involved in this comment as we can. Mr. Durrell, I think you had a couple comments you wanted to add as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, and Mr. Lance. You're right. That is vexing, and that's a fun word. We can all try to use that in our dialogue today. One of the things that I think is really important about that is the work that we're doing with partners, because you're right, and maybe like or unlike you, when comments come after the fact, I'd never even hear them because that's not the forum for those comments. This is the forum for those comments. We provide a very big forum for those comments, and it's public. But I think what Bert and Noel are saying is that we would like that to be greater. We want people to be involved. We want to hear those comments. We will go chase down those comments during that period so that we can address them. I think it's part of the discussion. You did make a comment about the people that are not here watching it live need to know, and that's okay. You could say that because some people are thinking, well, they can't because they're not watching it live. But don't worry, Mr. Lance, they definitely tune in to the recording. The views on that are incredible. But in all seriousness, we actually do have one partner in the room today representing the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, and she has been very involved in working with us and trying to bring her communities to the table to understand what's going on, to be part of what's going on. And so I think that is going to work well moving forward. I will say it's probably hasn't been happening as much in the past as it should have, but I see those things changing. And I see the associations of municipalities, associations of county commissioners, the economic development organizations, hopefully being more involved in those, because again, these are big changes. These are not small things, and I hope that as we mentioned at the beginning, some of these things seem bold because people haven't been paying attention. But to those of us who have been on this journey of learning and the evolution, and if you look at that timeline, none of these things are new. They're going to be new to some people, but they're not new to us who've been facing this problem and working this problem for that long. And so I think it is a really exciting time, and I think our goal of getting all of those public comments, or at least reaching out to those folks for public comment, is definitely going to be much more concerted this time. So thank you for your comments, and I appreciate the push to get us out of the box and to do things that are maybe not normal.
Yes, Mr. Law.
This probably isn't a fair question, Noel, because I've heard this presentation 4 times, but my head's a little thick sometimes, and so some other questions pop up. But one of the ones I had was, is there any chance that the reporting structure that's proposed here can be conveyed on past projects at all, or is that ship sailed?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Law. We can request that we can ask the communities if they would be willing to do that. Those reporting requirements are a part of the contract. So if they're not in the contract, we can't force it on the communities. However, I'm sure we could work with some of the communities and see if some of them would be willing to continue that reporting that have current revenue recapture requirements.
Thank you. Just another quick follow-up on that. And there's that portion where you require that, is it the 50% applied for staff to help within the process? Is there any concern that could add added expense or bloat that might not otherwise be needed, or how is there any?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Law, thank you for that question. And I think that that's part of this process with the experimentation. And as we were talking about yesterday, sometimes when we're working on a problem, we discover new problems along the way. And so I think that'll just be part of the learning and the iteration. And maybe another rule revision next year.
The answer probably is that, yeah, it's too much or it's not enough. Film at 11, right? So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Noel, and others. This is a big deal. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us as a board, and Josh, you and your people, and you're probably way ahead of me on this, but we need to make certain that state leaders, the governor's office and legislators and county commissioners, that we need to make certain that they're exposed. And I'm sure there are various ways of doing this, and this is, you know, this is really a fairly concise timeline when you get down to it. So I just want to make certain that we all share in, I think expose is as good a word as any, but we do need to make certain that people throughout the state are aware of these rules changes. Thank you.
That's a fantastic point, Mr. Brown. Yes, Co-Chair at Law.
So I'm sorry. I guess I'm taking Kathy's spot for asking questions. The other thing I would say, touche, Mr. Brown. I think is, as the co-chair of the business council, I guess I would submit that in your process of developing the communication plan that each board member commit to at least helping you get an audience in your communications in our respective areas. So.
It's a fantastic addition, Co-Chair Law. Any further discussion? So this is not listed as such on the agenda, but we do need to take an action to approve the draft rules per staff proposal. So at this time, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Committee Chair, I move that we approve the draft rules as presented.
Fantastic. We have a motion from Dr. Schaefer. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ahrens. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Ms. Cavisto, I think it's on you now. Submit it over to the governor, so we're doing great. And Mark, I think I'm going to hand this back to you for just a moment.
I know we have a lot of people ready to go on some things, but we were ahead, and as a result, I think it would be wise perhaps if you are game to take a short break before we move into the BRC. Okay. Courtney, Amy, any suggestion on time? 2 minutes? Oh. 2 minutes.
If you choose to take a 15-minute break, that will put us at
Okay, 15 minutes, and that is what time? 2 o'clock, straight up? Okay. Break time. I'm assuming we'll probably have to do another roll call, being, we don't have to do that? Okay, cool.
See them all here.
All right.
Things all here.
All right, Mr. Co-Chair or Mr. Chair of the investment, call the ball.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Before we get started into the BRC reviews, just a quick reminder, especially for our community members and those speaking on behalf of projects. If when you come up to speak, if you could just make sure to state your name and who you're representing for the record, that way we can make sure we get it captured on our end. So with that, Ms. Reed, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Let me get the PowerPoint going here. There we go. So we have planning grants before you today. As I mentioned when I went over the rules process, currently we accept planning grants once a year. And so I wanted to kind of do a quick overview of the planning grants that you guys saw last year at the May 2024 board meeting. So last year's planning grants included 3 full economic development plans and 1 feasibility study. The economic development plans were from Mountain View, Ranchester, and Wright. All 3 of those are still in progress with hopeful completion dates in the next few months. The feasibility study is with the Northern Arapaho Tribe for a data center, and we are just finishing the contract process so they can begin that. Really just wanted to emphasize again how long some of these processes can take, and even just a planning grant. Here we are a year after you guys voted on them, and they're still in process. And so just really kind of wanted to highlight that. Hopefully we might have some more information for you by the September board meeting, especially with those full economic development plans from Mountain View, Ranchester, and Wright. So now we'll go into the ones that we have for this round. We have 3 full economic development plans totaling requests of $242,500. Right now, we have approximately $77.8 million in the BRC account. The first project before you is from the town of Burlington. The town of Burlington is requesting a $67,500 planning grant to develop a full economic development plan. This is the first BRC application the town has submitted. Burlington is a small rural community with approximately 360 residents. Agriculture and energy account for the main economic drivers in the community. We are recommending partial funding of $40,000, and I will go into more details of that in a minute. With the needs assessment, the need for an economic development plan was identified after the town completed the Business Council's Assessment to Action, or A2A program last summer. At that workshop, Burlington's A2A team spent time considering the current state of the community, identifying Burlington's strengths and weaknesses, and building a problem outline. Identified challenges included housing constraints, infrastructure deficiencies, economic vitality, and quality of life. Community leaders also identified that Burlington lacks a diversity of businesses, including essential services like medical. Currently, the town has 1 restaurant, 1 convenience store, and 1 auto service station that offers gasoline only to those with membership cards and thus primarily serves residents. Furthermore, Burlington is located on Highway 30, which many tourists use on their way to Yellowstone National Park. However, due to a shortage of stores and services, most visitors do not stop in town. The town is proposing a 10-year plan with an emphasis on conducting a review of current housing and infrastructure, facilitating community engagement sessions, developing a housing plan with recommendations on infrastructure development, an analysis of the current state of their infrastructure, and incorporating strategies for long-term infrastructure resilience with a comprehensive economic development plan and implementation timeline. In the past 4 years, Burlington has received 2 ARPA grants and is currently working to replace an aging drinking water tank, as well as completing upgrades to their sewage treatment system. Additionally, since the workshop, Burlington's A2A team undertook a 3-month project specifically focused on their housing situation. The team identified and reached out to 11 landowners in and around Burlington to gather information about their plan for their land. They also contacted 2 potential investors to learn about their intentions for housing projects in the area. This project will be driven by the following team: a member of the A2A team, town public works, business owners, the school district superintendent, and city council members and the mayor. Finally, the community has an annual budget of approximately $500,000. The town has indicated it will earmark resources for projects identified during the planning process. The community has made investments in community projects in the past, including a wastewater treatment facility upgrades, water tank replacement project, park improvements, and town hall and town shop lighting improvements. As most of you are used to, we also look at the tax structure of the community. So this is the annual for fiscal year 24 that the town of Burlington received with their 5% tax rates. We are recommending partial funding of $40,000. We think it's great that the community went through the A2A process and they have a really great foundation. But we do believe that a smaller plan funded at a lower amount may be more impactful for a community the size of Burlington. We're also suggesting that the community includes barriers to growth in their scope of work. We are requesting or suggesting that each planning grant do that. Kind of goes along with those rule revisions that we discussed earlier of incorporating that barriers to growth language into BRC. Happy to answer any questions, and I do believe that there are members of the community online that can answer questions as well. Oh, sorry, my bad, they're here.
Fantastic. Any questions for Noel before we ask the community to stand up? Okay. Please feel free.
Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the board, it's good to be with you today. Appreciate your service. My name is Jerry George. I'm the mayor of Burlington. I'm here today with Jesse Hamilton, who is our, he's a member of the town council, and also Chelsea Agard, who's our assistant clerk, our grant writer, and just worker extraordinaire in our town. So we're glad to have them. We're here today to ask for support for this planning grant. We have, in the past few years, the town of Burlington has been very active. We have joined ourselves with a regional water system so that we have good, dependable water source. We've also been replacing a water tank and doing work on our sewer system so that that basic infrastructure is in place for growth. Our community is growing. I think that we've probably had 15 or more pieces of property have been purchased in the past year. We have individuals who are interested in trying to subdivide and provide more housing, but housing is a major problem. Last summer in the A2A process, housing was identified by ourselves as probably the most important thing that is holding us back. We have a lot of people that would like to live there if they could just find a place to live. We are here hoping to get funding for a planning grant simply because we feel like we need some more professional help and advice. We have done a lot of work and we know our community well, and we could just move on into the future using our own instincts, but I'm a school teacher and none of us are professionals. And you know, a small community faces some challenges. I think that maybe some larger ones sometimes don't. I was on the way down, I was thinking, you know, one of our challenges is I'm not sure that we have a really great survey of portions of our town. So we're interested in developments and things like that. We're worried about providing infrastructure for growth, but maybe it's more important for us to do a survey, and then we need some professional direction. So we're asking for help and moving forward with the planning grant.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions for the mayor? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, or Committee Chair. Thank you. Mr. George, I just want to say I really appreciate your humility today and strength in asking for the help when you recognize you need it. That accountability piece to it seems really important, just to acknowledge and give space. So thank you for your good words and keep fighting for your town.
Thank you. It's not hard in this job to have humility. It seems to come every day.
Yes, Mr. Lance.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for being here and thank you to the councilman and your staff extraordinaire. I know the type. My aunt was that way in Thermopolis. Mr. Mayor, I'm very pleased that this is a follow-on to the A2A process. That's reassuring to us as we invest in that program here. I'm curious as I look at the tax structure, I'm more curious in the space, maybe not of the planning grant, but what's the receptivity in your community? I know nobody likes to pay taxes, but you've dealt with your water system. You've dealt with some of the core infrastructure issues, which I think is a really smart investment. How does your community see its ability to tax itself? Because that's one of the things that you heard me go off on in the rules discussion, right? Is how are we going to attract match for these bigger grants that you all may come and ask us for?
Yes.
We hear constantly, nobody wants to pay taxes. We get that. Property taxes are too high. I mean, there are arguments on all sides of that. Just curious, a community that's interested in growing, how do you read your community in that space?
Mr. Co-Chair, that's a little hard to answer. We have raised fees for all of the services that the town is providing. And in fact, in a lot of cases in the last 4 years, we've more than doubled, in some case tripled, like our water and sewer rates. And the community has been okay with that. Concerns have mostly been with older people on fixed income. The county, Bighorn County, has considered working on the 5-cent sales tax. That failed in election, not this past November, but I think the previous November, the previous round of elections. And mayors have had discussions about that. And in Burlington, we have discussed that. That 5th cent would make a big difference in the town of Burlington. We have such limited business activity that I'm not sure that anybody particularly cares about that. I mean, I think that I think that seems like a more distant issue. As far as the state goes and property taxes, the discussion in the past legislative session with property taxes, I have not had a single individual visit with me about yay or nay about the property taxes. So, and I guess another thought I have is that the community has existed for a lot of years, just as a stable entity, but not one that was growing or forward looking. And I believe we are more forward looking now than we ever have been, which I think would be amenable to revenue options. I know that's maybe not the clearest answer, but.
Fantastic. Any further questions from the board? Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your service.
Thank you. So with that, I believe we'll continue on to Evanston. And just as a reminder for the folks in the room and the folks on the board, we'll proceed through all 3 of the planning grants, and then we'll take a vote following review of all.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Our next project comes from the City of Evanston. The City of Evanston is requesting a $100,000 planning grant to develop a 25-year comprehensive economic development master plan. The city envisions a broad scope of work for the proposed plan and is looking for important data collection concerning current and long-term economic development conditions and growth factors. Our recommendation is to fund as requested. The most recent city master plan was created in 1997 and was intended to guide the community until 2010. Evanston has done various updates and revisions over the years to extend that plan to 2030. Furthermore, the community is experiencing significant economic changes and has started to see the effects of the major industrial projects underway. These projects include the construction of 2 nearby trona mines, a nuclear power plant, and a data center. The proposed scope of work includes conducting an examination of the successes and shortcomings of key policies, conducting an extension review, audit, and update on any current conditions, policies, and plans, conducting an evaluation of major local issues through outreach, identifying the best manner to disseminate the data. The community has completed several strategic plans in the past, including their rail park plan, roundhouse strategic plan that was created in 2004 and updated in 2016, a water, sewer, stormwater analysis in 2020. Furthermore, the community has enacted several of the initiatives identified in their 1997 plan, including but not limited to the Bear River Greenway and Trails, Roundhouse and Union Center, various downtown development initiatives, and various parks and recreations initiatives. The potential partners for this project include the Wyoming Department of Transportation, local, county, and regional agencies, school districts, neighboring communities, businesses, residents, and elected officials. The city's budget is approximately $40 million. Of that, approximately $5.5 million is dedicated specifically to their economic development funds. The community has also realized some revenue recapture from past BRC projects. On this next slide is an overview of their economic development fund since 2008. So it shows the revenue that they have received as well as the projects that they have worked on over the past few years. Here's an overview of their tax structure. They receive about 4.5 million annually from the 4% and about 3.8 million from their local general purpose option. Additionally, Uinta County did try to pass a half-cent economic development tax last August. It failed. However, the community feels like they learned a lot from the process and do have plans to attempt that again in the near future. The recommendation is to fund as requested. This community has a history of success, and it shows that they do want to invest in themselves, evident by their local economic development option attempt with plans to try again. And again, just that suggestion that they include barriers to growth in their scope of work. I am happy to answer any questions as well as the community.
Fantastic. Any questions for Noelle prior to asking the community if they have anything to say? Do we have anyone on the line, Ms. Grenfell? Okay.
Mr. Committee Chair, yes, we do have the city of Evanston online.
Fantastic. So seeing no questions at the moment, let's go ahead and open it up to the city of Evanston.
Mr. Committee Chair, they now are in the panelist room.
Oh, fantastic. So glad you were able to join us, the folks from the city. We can't see you, but hopefully you can see us. Is there anything you'd like to add to your request here?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think we have our city crew here with us. We'll stand for any questions that you have. Thank you, Noelle, for covering it very well.
Great. Any questions from the board? Mr. Lance?
I'm sorry, I'm the guy. Noelle, when you say barriers to growth, does that include things like tax policy, local? Yeah, I mean, I would consider that a barrier, but I don't know if that's part of the analysis that you all see.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Lance. I believe that would be a part of it. We really want whoever the community hires to do the work to really dig into what are that community's barriers to growth. I could imagine that would be part of it for pretty much any community in Wyoming, but I'm sure there will be other barriers to growth that are identified.
Seeing no further questions at this point, I'd say why don't we move on to Washakie County?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Oh, give me just a second with the PowerPoint. There we go. Our final planning project before you today is from Washakie County. Washakie County is requesting a $75,000 planning grant to develop an economic development master plan. The plan will encompass the city of Worland and the town of Ten Sleep as well. This initiative marks the first time Washakie County, its 2 municipalities, and the Washakie Development Association will work together to address their unique and shared challenges. The recommendation before you today is to fund as requested. Washakie County's planning needs were identified through discussions with elected and appointed officials from the city of Worland, town of Ten Sleep, Washakie County, and the WDA. The county has identified the lack of current and unified planning documents as a barrier to economic growth. Worland's comprehensive plan is 9 years old, and there are no standalone economic development plans for any of the communities. Furthermore, Washakie County is experiencing an influx of new residents. However, both Worland and Ten Sleep face limitations due to landlocked boundaries and constrained infrastructure capacity. The county, town, and city all have aging infrastructure, many of which are in poor condition. Key elements of the proposed scope of work will include transportation and connectivity, floodplain mitigation, especially along the Bighorn River, aging infrastructure and infrastructure expansion, workforce, housing, and aging population, and tax revenue growth. While Washakie County will lead these planning efforts, WDA will support the initiative. WDA was established as a private, nonprofit economic development organization in 1990 and continues as a membership-funded, board-governed EDO for Washakie County. Under WDA's leadership, the community will overcome challenges posed by limited funding by encouraging the pooling of resources and coordinating projects among all communities. This will enable significant cost savings, enhance communication, and increase joint planning across all entities. This planning process will involve several partners, including Washakie County, City of Worland, Town of Ten Sleep, and WDA. Each entity has contributed match funds for this project. Other partners may include local entities and state agencies such as the Wyoming Department of Transportation. The Town of Ten Sleep is currently working on a housing project with WYDOT to complete some road work. Over 70% of land in Washakie County is state or federally owned, which significantly affects the county's ability to realize as much property tax income as other communities. Here is an overview of each of their budgets. I included their annual budget as well as approximate reserves that they have. And then I also included the tax structure for each of the communities. So this is specifically for Washakie County. And then the next 2 pages show what the city of Worland receives and what the town of Ten Sleep receives. And again, this is annually. Our recommendation is to fund as requested. All parties have contributed funds towards the match, and this will be the first time that all entities will collaborate to address economic development challenges. And again, just that adding barriers to growth within their scope of work. Happy to answer any questions, and we do have members of the community here as well.
Fantastic. Any questions for Noelle before we ask the community to step forward? Great. We'd love to hear from some of our folks from Washakie County.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you all for having us. My name is Lily Rackness-Para. I'm the county clerk for Washakie County. I'm here with Tracy Glanz, the City of Worland clerk treasurer, and Leanne Baker with the Washakie Development Association. We're very excited about this project. It's been a great experience collaborating with everybody, and we just want to say thank you for your consideration and for having us today. And we'll stand for questions.
Quiet room. Quiet room. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you all.
Any further questions on this project at all? Okay, seeing none. I think at that point, then now we loop back around to calling, what was that? Yes, coming back, we're saying the same thing. I'm just trying to read your lips. Yeah, so come back around to Burlington on that first project. So any further discussion between the board or amongst the board for Burlington before we call for a vote? I do have a question, Noel, in regards to the Burlington project. I saw they had the request for 67.5. Our recommendation is for 40. Can you walk through a little bit of what that 27.5 differential is, and if we've had conversations with Burlington on if this will still allow them to achieve their goal at the lower amount?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. We have discussed this with the community. I do believe that they feel that they can just kind of narrow their focus a little bit to align with that dollar amount. But I do believe that they feel comfortable with that recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Any further questions on Burlington? Seeing none, then I would entertain a motion to approve staff recommendation for the Burlington Economic Development Plan. Great. I have a motion from Mr. Pivik. Do I have a second? A second from Mr. Lance. Any further discussion? Great. So as always with any of these BRC projects, these are all taken as roll call votes. So I will hand this over to Ms. Sutcliffe to go through the roll call.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. This roll call vote is to approve the staff recommendation for a $40,000 planning grant for an economic development plan for the town of Burlington. Mr. Arns. Ms. Atkinson. Mr. Brown. Ms. Chatterton. Ms. Crumpton. Ms. Downham.
Yes.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law.
Yes.
Mr. Nelson. Mr. Pivik. Dr. Schaefer.
Yes.
Mr. Smith. And Ms. Worthen. Mr. Committee Chair, you have 13 yes, 0 no.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So with that, we'll move on to Evanston. Were there any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, then I would entertain a motion to accept staff recommendation. Fantastic. I have a motion from Mr. Brown. Do we have a second? I have a second from Ms. Atkinson. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Sutcliffe?
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. This roll call vote is to approve staff recommendation for the planning grant application as requested in the amount of $100,000 for the city of Evanston. Mr. Arns? Ms. Atkinson? Mr. Brown? Ms. Chatterton? Ms. Crumpton? Ms. Downham?
Yes.
Mr. Lance? Mr. Law?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson? Mr. Pivik? Dr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Smith? And Ms. Worthen. Mr. Committee Chair, you have 13 yes, 0 no.
Fantastic. And with that, we'll move into our last one on the list with Washakie County. I would like to make one comment. I'm excited to see the WDA and the way that's pulling these entities together to work together towards this project. I think the more we can continue as a state to work together and to create these coalitions and these collaborations, the more we can do that, the better. So that's exciting. Just wanted to specifically call that out. But any further discussion? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept staff recommendation. Motion for Mr. Lance. Do we have a second? Well, there was 3 at the same time on that. So I'm going to take Mr. Nelson for his first second there. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. This roll call vote is to approve staff recommendation to fund the planning grant application as requested in the amount of $75,000 for Washakie County. Mr. Arns, Ms. Atkinson, Mr. Brown, Ms. Chatterton, Ms. Crumpton, Ms. Downham,
Yes.
Mr. Lance, Mr. Law, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Pivik, Dr. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. Smith, and Ms. Worthen. Mr. Committee Chair, you have 13 yes, 0 no.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you to the three communities for your time and your efforts to better your communities. Can't wait to hear what comes out of it. Yes, Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm probably going against my better judgment, and I'm gonna say this, and I wasn't going to originally. First thing I want to say is I'm incredibly pleased. I mean, seeing the progression for some of these communities going through the A2A process and then leading into authentic economic development planning. I think, Mr. Mayor, accessing professionals that do this is exactly the way we anticipate and want communities to build know-how and really understand localized context. And so I see that all as incredibly important, and more so than just communities trying to replicate what they saw in another community as their economic development plan. I would say, Noel, maybe and Mr. Durrell for staff. One of the worries that I have is that we plan for things that maybe are not tenable or not appropriate. You get a small group of folks who are very, very passionate about the place they live, and we want for the very best. Sometimes those things are achievable, sometimes they're not. And my worry is sometimes we encourage and we fund areas to go through planning efforts, identify things, and then come back and ask for funds, maybe for BRC funding or other types of projects. And I don't want to get to the point where we say, well, gosh, we planned, but now you're saying maybe that's not appropriate. And so I do think it's important, especially for our smaller communities doing this planning, to take the time to define what does positive economic development look like for the city of Burlington. I mean, and get into that and make sure that we're not seeing economic development as something that maybe isn't appropriate for that. So I hope that's part of these planning efforts, that there is that benchmark. And so having it tied to constraints for growth, we need to do that. But we also have to be honest with ourselves. What's the realistic path for growth? How much growth? What type of growth? What is it going to be? So that we don't end up setting the stage for disappointment down the road. I'm all about big dreams and swinging for the fences. I'm not trying to suggest that, but I think there is some authentic conversations we have to have about the different types of communities in the states, which ones are poised for which type of growth, what's appropriate, and make sure that those plans align with that, and then subsequent requests and projects align from there on. And so I applaud the communities for doing this. I didn't want to be a downer, but I also want to be realistic about what our planning should result in. Thank you.
It's a great and important perspective, Dr. Schaefer, to keep in mind. Swing for the fences, but sometimes a single or a double is still a win. Or in the case of Josh's son's baseball team, a whole bunch of walks. Hey, it happens. It happens. It's still a win. It's still a win. So with that, thank you, Ms. Reed, for all your efforts through those. With that, I think we'll hand it back off to Bert to walk through, just kind of give the status update on the Laramie BRC audit.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Yeah, we're going to continue the journey of learnings and jump into some learnings with Laramie. We definitely took the note from the board at the February 26th board meeting that we needed to work through an audit with the city of Laramie. We did take the time as the investments team to prepare the data, send that over to the city of Laramie to understand the different projects that we were curious about to really set the framework for the audit. We sent that over probably 3 to 4 weeks after that February board meeting. And then in my own misjudgment said, you guys have until April 30th to get us this data, which did not result in enough time for us as staff to go through and analyze that data. They did get us the data on April 30th. They dug into it. They built out a lot of spreadsheets, went into a lot of detail. We have since had some meetings with Laramie, with LCBA to dig in a little bit more. We still have some questions that we're working through, but generally the narrative is positive. They're using their revenue recapture dollars to drive more economic development. They're getting it into the right hands. It's not just sitting. So we will have more information on this audit coming at the next board meeting in much more detail, but I did want to provide at least a high level overview that it's in process. We got a lot of great data. We have still questions that we're working through with Laramie and LCBA on maybe just how they invested certain parts, what the final numbers are, to really be able to tell the right story with the data we have on what's happened with the grants that we've provided and the revenue that they've generated. So I'm happy to take any questions at that high level with the audit, and looking forward to sharing more on the next board meeting.
Any questions for Bert? Doesn't look like it. So I think we'll segue from there into the Project Jupiter case study.
You bet. And I can quickly introduce Brad Enzi, who's going to give this part of the presentation, but really just the CEO and president of the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance. Happy to learn alongside Brad with this project. So Brad?
Bert, thank you, Chairman, Co-Chair, members of the board. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present today. Also to do it remotely. My son had his wisdom teeth out yesterday, which was planned, but the boiling water accident and severe burns that he got working as a chef was not planned. And so Dad is partially playing nurse today and partially playing encourager. So with that, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about Project Jupiter, and really want to commend the staff, because while a lot of work goes into all these projects, even when they're wildly successful, a lot of work goes on between the community, the business council staff, that doesn't get recognized in how we communicate, how we engage the company, how we kind of track progress that's in the kind of non-rule, non-codified part. Particularly pertinent today, as I've sat and listened to the meeting, it seems there's a few things that have carried through in all the different elements, our stories, why we do what we do in Wyoming, learning and continually evolving the processes, entrepreneurship and growth, and then, what tools do we have in our toolbox to be able to access, as a state, as a local EDO, as the community. With that said, I'm going to qualify my comments with the boundary that this analysis and suggestions are the perspectives from the local EDO and with the business council processes. As the local EDO, I'm not in a position to comment about, or is it our practice as LCBA to speak on a business's behalf. This is more, how do we get the processes right? Second, I want to reiterate that LCBA would swing for the fences in supporting a company like this again. We supported their first grow modules. We supported them with land through their first initial employee growth. We partnered with the state and the community to do their first building, and that took them to about 70 people. And they met all the objectives there. We supported the application and the growth when this was going to add another 150 on top of that. We supported it both with hard dollars in recruitment incentives to help them get the right team to the town to have the International Center of Excellence. Then we supported them with lease abatement in that same time frame. And we still continue to work with them as they emerge from Chapter 11 bankruptcy to help them regroup and regrow. So we're very tied to the company and what's going on. And we would help a company like this when we talk about that entrepreneurial ecosystem and growth from within Wyoming. This was one guy's idea when he watched people doing wheat on the, can't even think what they call that, where they separate the wheat from the chaff on a floor in China, and how food was going to be a global problem, and brought it back to Wyoming and grew it here. So we would always swing for the fences on this. As I move through the slides, I want to encourage all the members of the staff who sat in on all these discussions and on the kind of painful process of when you recognize something's off the rails and how you check it in, to add their thoughts at the end of each slide. This was really a collaborative effort meant to create the tools, processes, to aid companies through all phases of growth while creating the right processes and practices to allow the guarding of the state's dollars and work in a cooperative process with the growing companies. If you jump to the next slide, and if anybody on the WBC team has anything to add at that point, we're just there before we dive into it. With that, I broke this into a quick, kind of 5 slides, and I kept it pretty high level because a lot of the things I think you'll find the staff has already implemented in different gate checks and processes over the last period of time. So we looked at the processes, meaning, what from the point of engagement with this company to the point of failure, we kind of went back and looked at the tape and said, what are the things we can learn from that? And there'll probably be a lot more coaching analogies in that. And then engaging the opportunity. How do we weigh the opportunity? What tools do we have? What tools do we need? What things can be in place to do that? Also, how do we consider life cycle of a company, where it's at in its growth phase? Is this a startup that's in a known and established market? Is it somebody that's selling globally already? Do they have a product? Are they cash positive? Those sorts of things. Then best future practices. What can we do in recognition and intervention? And what are the lessons we can learn from when did we have a sense? When did we feel? When did we see? And when did we know that things were amiss? And how did we jump in on that? And then what are the best future practices that we can implement as both a local EDO and with the state? So with that, we'll slide to the next slide here, which is evaluation or processes. Sorry. Next slide. Yeah, I jumped 2. What we really wanted to look at in this was, how do we recruit? What tools do we have locally, and what tools does the state have for, we get a lot of feeds from the state. How do we evaluate that? We get some feeds that come directly locally. How do we do that? In this one of the discussion points that we had was competition was a factor. I mean, it was a very vocal threat to lose those 70 jobs that were in Laramie. They had a national site selector working with them through this whole process. And so that competition, and we got to learn what other states have, what incentives are given out, what tools. And then we kind of looked at what are the tool deficiencies that we have in us versus other states. I think one of the real key ones that we throw around as Wyoming is we're tax-free, but that doesn't necessarily make a positive situation for the state over time, because the other states are just abating taxes with no future guarantee that they won't have the same rate or a different higher rate when they come out of the abatement period. We looked at the evaluation tools that we have locally, the evaluation tools, kind of how we go through the process at the state level. And then, how does the process and rules support that? Are there gates that can be put in place? What can we do better in recruitment? What can we do better in the execution? What did we do well? What did we not do well? And then how do we calculate the ongoing impacts? Because one of the positive things that did happen is they went from 70 to over 100. How do we calculate that? And we recognize that we don't have, without saying from the time a grant loan package is conceived all the way through the retirement of that we get continual reporting. So that was a key takeaway. And then, did we take the right steps to intervene, and how did we do the intervention? As we noted things amiss. So with that, I'll kind of open it up to the staff and other members of the team, and we can dive into any topic, or I think probably it's effective to engage with the board at every slide as well.
Looks like you're good to keep going, Brad.
All right, perfect. So then we went through, after we kind of did the process, we took a look at how do you gauge the opportunity, and how did we gauge the opportunity for LCBA? And I'll say again, we would, try to help them and continue to try to help this company. But, what tools are available? And the biggest tool that we had on Project Jupiter was knowledge of the company and proven track record. Then I think that the other thing that we really gauged as an organization was the potential loss of this R&D space. It's a key component both in kind of their programmers, project managers, plant scientists, and what happens if that went away. So we gauged part of the opportunity was from potentially, I hate to say it, a fear of loss, but it's a known quantified economic entity in the town. Then competition, we had to look at what other communities, really what other states were doing. Virginia and Michigan were high on the competition list for this project, and they were shooting with 30 and $50 million range dollar figures that were actually cash payments. And then we gauged what's the potential of the segment. And this is one of the things that I think in our debrief, we kind of looked at when we engaged and went through the grant process all the way through the SLIB final award, the indoor ag market was rapidly expanding. And then all of a sudden, AI became the investor dollar sweetheart. We also looked at what the outside indicators were, which was kind of the market's going nuts. Indoor ag was a excuse me, large placement point for dollars in the venture capital world. And then once again, the experience with the company were all factors that we weighed. And when we looked at it from both at the local level and worked with the team at the state, it was that all panned out. So I don't think there was anything in the opportunity point other than potentially the phase that the company was in not having not being cash positive and still being in that venture phase. Josh, Bert, Noel, anybody?
Yeah, thanks, Brad. This is Josh. Mr. Committee Chair, if I might just add to that, one thing that I think a lot of times gets lost is that business retention and expansion is a really important part of business, a thriving business community. And this was a great opportunity to do that. And so I think that sometimes we get really enamored by recruits, and we get we think, oh, recruits are risky, and that may be true compared with BRE. I think it's just important for us to remember that this was and continues to be actually a business that is working in Laramie, and that people from Laramie are employed in. And those Wyomingites, we want to see them continue to take big swings and do big things. And I think, Brad, you've done a good job of kind of laying out the elements that were factored into our decision calculus on taking a big swing on this. But again, I think it's just important for us to note that business retention and expansion is something that doesn't happen as often as we think it could. And it is something that we want to continue to encourage. And so I think you're right, Brad. It's also, as you mentioned, we did a lot of work with the legislative body to socialize and show this particular company's approach to the market and interest in the next generation of agriculture and ag and technology and how they combine. And by and large, it was very well received. Jill Tregemba and I had, and Wendy as well, had a number of meetings with legislators and the Ag Committee and others to show off these kinds of opportunities. And while things may be in a bit of a downturn right now, as you mentioned, with the way the markets are, the interest rates, as well as the new darling of not just venture, but institutional capital of AI, things change, but they can also continue to change in other ways. So I think you've done a good job of laying this out, Brad, and I think it's important to just note that a lot of factors went into this, were strongly considered for probably a year before these investments were made. And then, as you continue on, we can talk more about it, but a lot of careful consideration was done and will continue to be done on projects like these.
Okay, next slide. So I think one of the things that was a key takeaway is how do we evaluate life cycle of a company? I want to jump back to one thing because Josh said retention and expansion, and one of LCBA's kind of core drivers is, does this allow lateral and vertical mobility for the workforce? And that was a key element in this because between Jupiter, UL, now Safran, Handle, we have a growing kind of programming tech sector. And one of the things that attracts people to Laramie and keeps them in Laramie is that they can go from one company, maybe get the next step up in a job at another company, and eventually come back to that company. But it's that lateral and vertical mobility in a workforce that allows us to be sticky with the long-term retention of graduates. So that's just an important one to add to that retention and expansion. So when we got into it, it's really how do we evaluate the life cycle of a company? And as we did that, it's really how do we differentiate their the company's life cycle versus what their need is in terms of space, because I think everybody would like to have the next big building. And in this one, it made sense, but that's a key point that we can differentiate. Is it their want or is it their need for the growth to continue to operate in that environment and expand? I think another thing that, this fit in, I just kind of talked about that cluster strategy. And then how do we evaluate at the local before we bring it to the state, or in combination with the state, kind of startup versus revenue positive, and where it fits into that overall life cycle. We can never fully eliminate any risk. I think that's an important thing that we need to be cognizant of, both at the local and the state level and in our partnerships. But how do we mitigate that risk and limit the exposure so that money can be returned to the fund should there be risk, or should something go wrong later? Sorry, that was butchered. Next slide, Josh, team. So in recognition and intervention, one of the key things that is at the local level you get to experience sometimes is, without having the job numbers reported during this phase, through the planning phase, typically the way you find out that there's something amiss is you get some shirt collar politics at the grocery store, which is, hey, I just lost my job, you guys are back in this, what the heck's going on? And so I think that was one of the recognition points. And then a second recognition point that we all kind of noted is the company had made a commitment in terms of dollars that they were going to bring to the project. And as we got into the design phase, it was always, well, we're going to do those later. And I think having it, maybe it isn't in the design phase and maybe it isn't in the process, but as we draw these agreements, clearly calling out the company when their committed dollars need to come to the table, and at what point those are going to come in, was one of the things that, as we sat and kind of kicked this around, was a real opportunity. Things that worked well during this part of the process, we had great communication between the city of Laramie, the business council staff, and the and LCBA that really allowed us to say, okay, how do we get all the parties to the table and kind of drive this discussion, even though it might be a painful one? So that worked very, very well. And then that allowed us to have the difficult discussions and kind of have that intervention and limit our exposure. So we weren't further down the timeline and in dollars spent. And I think that went well. And then I think the last thing that we have to be cognizant of are the things we can't control. And three big things happened all within, you know, the company doing major capital outlays on both coasts. The rate of inflation, every construction material went up, or other CapEx projects. The interest rates went up and stayed up, so the cost of capital increased greatly. And then the market movement, we don't get a control, but we can sure put the effort, as Josh said, is in these retention and expansion ones, to kind of gauge where that market's going and be a little bit more out front when say in a startup venture capital company, the market starts to move away and that their sector is not the sweetheart anymore. With that, anything else that you guys?
Brad, I might just add
Yeah.
that you mentioned on the second to last bullet there, the phasing of projects. It's gonna come up as a best practice. But it's important for all of us to remember that when this project gets approved or recommended by this board and then approved by SLIB, a check for $20 million did not go to Laramie. It's just really important for us to understand how the money flows really quickly. The money flows based on work that is already done. And so that's an important component. And I know that everyone on this board knows, and folks in the audience likely know very well that that the $20 million, only a portion of it was used. About $1.8 million was used. The city retains all of the work product that was developed with that $1.8 million. And the remainder of that money has since been unallocated or unencumbered for use in the BRC fund. So it's just important to note that the phasing of projects is important, and sometimes these things take longer or very long time. That doesn't necessarily mean that the money is sitting somewhere else. It may not be available for use in other projects until it gets unencumbered, but that money stays with the state until work product is created. Brad, back to you.
Perfect. If we can go to the kind of the takeaways of this, and I know it's been a long day and I'm probably screaming through this, but please, any questions at any time. I want to really commend the council and the staff, because even though we're going to kind of go through the three things that we determined could be best practices, the staff's already implemented these in different ways through how they're doing things. And I think from the surety of having them in the rules, or how do we codify that, or what the right level to put that in is, so that from the local EDO, we can say to a company, you know, here's exactly what we're playing with, is a big deal, and to allow for these things. But a lot of these have already been put into practice. But this will help companies and the local EDOs know with the new rules, know what the sequence is, what the debt stack is, and then as we look through to the future, when their commitment is that they have to come up with dollars, if that's what's committed. You know, maybe it's when the doors open, they're putting in extra equipment that's specific to their industry. Maybe it's you know, advanced systems engineering, and they know when those are coming. And I think that's super beneficial. But I think it's important to note that the staff and the council have really worked through the process and over time to say, here, you know, here are ways we can write the agreements that create these. But I think the rule process allows just for everybody to be on the same page, and you're showing somebody at the on the deal. So a lot of this work has been done, thought through, and we're kind of ahead of a step ahead, but I think it's important to recognize that. So with the three key takeaways, one is commitment is key. I think it's been noted over the last several board meetings at the kind of the community to state relationship, the community needs to be committed. And that's in process. But I think how's the company committed is an important thing to say, and maybe not even what that commitment is and us saying, but acting on the commitment. If you say we're in for X amount of $1 million, be there with the X amount of $1 million when it comes time, and don't try to kick that down the road after you've already got the grant. And how we create that relationship just to be accountable for your commitment when the time comes. The second is the phasing and gating, and how we create project agreements that can be crafted to keep projects from, not necessarily to keep them from moving forward, but to create a gate so that we only get X amount, we have $2 million committed to design per se. And so, and then the gate happens, whether that's, a regulatory approval that they need to get from a different body, or, we know our commitment, and then we have it at a known point where we can reel back and unencumber the funds, as Josh said. Allows us as a community and the state to say, we can take a look at, we can swing for the fences, but there's different off ramps, if you will, through the process. And then I think the third, and probably the most key to me, is the reporting throughout the grants, grant and loan combos, throughout the award. Let's just call it the award. Is, the company should have some commitment to report financially. I don't know how deep that would need to go, but I think that's an adequate suggestion. And then also to report, because most often you'll know via jobs. We had one instance in Laramie where there was a big layoff by one of the companies that went through BRC. And what we found out was that it was part of a broader restructuring in a merger. And they said, we'll be back up to that number of jobs. Just, I think it was marketing that was taken out of Laramie. They were all offered jobs somewhere else. Most of them didn't take them because they like to live in Laramie, which is great for us. But they went from like 60 down to 40, and they said, well, we're already back at 52, and by 2 weeks from now, we'll be back up to 70. And they met that objective. But if it can't be explained why the reduction, I think it's a good checkpoint for us. And so what the frequency and the frequency and term of reporting, I think, is an important thing to do, which is already in where it works in the new rules.
Brad, I might add a few things just
bet.
here to wrap up, and then we can go into questions that the board might have for you. I do want to, I think this will be a good point, because a number of the board members who are here today were not around during the time that we very first talked about this particular phase of the work with Laramie and Plenty. And I think it's important to note that there is a level of partnership between the state and Laramie and LCBA, as well as with this company who has been a part of state programs for a number of years, that there's a level of partnership that is really, quite frankly, it's impressive. Now, it didn't work out in this case yet, but it is really important to understand that the state of Wyoming, and by the state, I mean us at the Wyoming Business Council, saw this as an opportunity to create a pretty significant change in the way we operate. We saw an opportunity to help our mission, and Laramie and LCBA could have chosen to not play. They could have said, no, we're not willing to take this risk with you. We're not willing to take the risk on behalf of you, and we want to stay out of it. They didn't do that. They chose to take the risk with us. They chose to do the hard work, and as Brad mentioned, he's the one who probably, he could say that he gets yanked around by the shirt collar in grocery stores, but he doesn't. He's probably a little too tall for that. but he definitely gets people coming up to him and saying what gives. Those are risks that the community always takes. Now, that doesn't take the community off the hook for other BRC things, as evidenced by our meeting in Cheyenne. We're still going to ask hard questions. We're still going to do those things. But I do think it's important for everyone to remember that this was the first time we had gone that big in a BRC project. This was the first time that we had worked that closely with a site selector to get down and understand what was going on with other states, at least in the 5 years that I've been around. This was the first time that we put a community in the 5 years I've been around under a tremendous amount of strain. That's reality. But they came along with us. They chose to accept that pressure with us, and they worked hard all along the way to make it work. That's not something that we should take lightly, because it's not something our communities can take lightly. And we don't take it lightly, but I think we need to appreciate the partnership. This presentation is not required to do. It's not required for a community to work through with us and say, oh, let's find out what went wrong and help you. They're not required to do that. They do it because they're on Team Wyoming. They want to make that work. They do it because they want to keep swinging for the fences. And again, we're not going to stop asking hard questions. We're not going to be real about the problems. But I do think it's important for us to appreciate the situation and the pressure that communities can feel as the middle party in this. The state sits on one side, a business sits on the other, and the community is in between. And we have to appreciate that that pressure exists. Now, because that pressure exists, and we do appreciate that that pressure exists, we can do things with our agreement that make us the bad guy. That says, oh, the big bad state is making us do this, so we have to, again, reciprocate and ask the business to go along with that as well. So we can give them tools, but we just need to appreciate the position that our communities are in today. I think we all see a spot where our communities have the resources, perhaps the revenue, the fiscal system in place where they can do that without the state bringing the big check to the table. But as it is today, we put a lot of pressure on our communities. We will continue to put pressure on our communities. But again, I think it's important for us to appreciate it and to thank our communities for being in that spot. The other thing that I do think is important to note is that when we create situations for communities to learn, they do. This was a situation for us and communities to learn. I'm not going to name any projects. I'm not going to out the community, but I know of a certain community, a representative does happen to be online right now for that community, that has, in the time between the lessons learned from Project Jupiter and today, have forced exits from agreements because the company was not willing to uphold the standards that they wished to uphold. That's not just learning a lesson, that's applying those lessons. That's know-how. That's realizing that it's better to do the right agreement than to just accept any agreement that a company will put forth. It's better to take that learning and apply it and now know better and to do better. And that is a win. Is it a win as great as Project Jupiter would have been? No, but is it going to be a muscle that can be used over and over and over again into the future? Yes. And I think that's something, again, that we want to make sure we do once we put our communities under pressure, but we've got to provide support so that they can continue to do this again. And that cycle of pressure and support is something that this board gets to do, our team gets to do, and again, our communities are willing to do if they want to build that know-how. And I think that this project and coming back, thank you, Brad, for putting this together, for facilitating it with our team and with your team, to be able to put this together is really powerful. And I hope that others, we will definitely share those. We've clearly put them in rule, we've put them into practice, but I hope others will be willing to do the same on projects that are a failure or projects that are a success. Because I think that there's a lot that you can get from those recaps and those look backs. So thank you, Laramie and LCBA for being willing to do that. Thank you, board, for pushing to do that. Thank you for holding a high standard, because otherwise we don't learn. Otherwise we don't get better. And I think this is an opportunity for us to appreciate that through this, we got better. And I bet Brad would stand for questions now.
Perfect. Any questions from the board for Brad or for Josh or anyone else kind of involved with this effort? It's oddly quiet, so we'll take that. I mean, I would say, oh, Mr. Law, please.
It's really not a question. I just want to, I just appreciate the effort to report back. You know, these aren't mistakes. A lot of times they're inconveniences and we just learn from them.
I was going to share the same sentiment. I appreciate the efforts to do this, and I like what this honestly culturally creates in these discussions we're having of not just, well, that didn't go how we wanted, but instead let's take back, let's learn from this, and let's continue to improve. And to your comments, Mr. Drell, I appreciate that we've got board members that are never afraid to ask those hard questions and ask for these kind of materials. So with that, not seeing any further questions or comments, I will hand this back over to you, Mr. Co-Chair Law.
Thank you, Committee Chair Smith. That would appear to conclude the BRC and investments portion. And Josh just whispered he had one more thing. Just one more?
Mr. Co-Chair, this is not necessarily a tradition, but it could be. But we have 5 new board members today, and we all know them. We got to know them over the last few weeks, and we didn't announce them or introduce them at the very beginning, except in roll call. And if you think I recalled that, you're wrong. It was Ms. Grenfell who reminded me, as usual. What I think is what we could do that is kind of fun is the next time we have 5 new board members, we see if you can make it through a full board meeting before we introduce you. Because, you know, at any point you could have bailed out today and you didn't. So we appreciate that. I'll go ahead and start around the table and introduce each of you. Feel free to take honors and talk for as long as you'd like at the end of this meeting. I can tell many of you have been polishing up your speeches. But no, I'll go ahead and start with Miss Rachel Chatterton from Casper. Thank you for being here. Miss Randy Downham from Laramie. Thank you. Miss Cassie Crumpton from Pinedale. Good to see you. Mr. Jason Nelson from Thane. And Miss Beth Worthen from Casper. And Bruce, you're sort of new, but you were here at the last one and made yourself known, and we appreciate that too. Yeah, you did. And we appreciate that. But no, it's not, this is not a rubber stamp board. You found that out. This is also not a board where you get to just show up for board meetings and read the materials a few hours before. You do a lot of work, and you've already done a lot of work in the onboarding and the committee process, and we really appreciate it. This is something that I have never regretted and I never will regret. You should be vocal. You should speak your piece. You should bring your perspective to the board. This board is a diverse group of people on purpose, and this board is a diverse group of people because we believe that diverse groups come up with the best solutions. And so your perspectives are really, really important. They should be shared. They should be discussed. And we hope that we provide all the forums that we can so that you can do that, because your brains are really important, and your perspectives are critical to the state reversing economic decline. So thank you for being part of it.
Thank you for that, Ms. Granfeld. I'd like to thank everybody for the time that they took to come to the meeting, for the staff, for the obvious immense amount of time and effort put forth for the things that were brought before us today. I'd like to welcome again the new board members. I would like to also thank you for your patience as periodically I forced my way through this meeting. I'm with my first one. And look forward to the upcoming meetings ahead. If you look at the bottom, you can see the SLIBS meeting June 5th. You can see in there the dates of the committees, and I will look forward to hosting you in Sheridan on September 9th and 10th. And hopefully the weather will cooperate and it'll be as beautiful as it is here in Casper. So safe travels, everyone. Thank you again for your time. And look forward to a motion for adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Can I beat the gavel? Oops. Any dissenters? Or do we want to carry on? All right. All right. Very good. Thank you. Adjourned.